Chapter 760. Your Highness, there are endless rumors in the outside world that the Empire has offended all the assassins in the universe and that the next wave of assassinations will arrive soon. Many people are already planning to leave Xenu Star, so I hope that Your Highness can step in to quell the rumors, Garop said hurriedly as he bowed to Lu Yin. I understand. You may leave for now, Lu Yin replied. Garop wanted to say something else but he did not. It wasn't just the commoners who wanted to know what had happened. Even they wanted to know what had happened. This attack was no small matter, and there were no less than 5 hunters on Xenu Star. Even an enlighter had attacked. This was no small matter and most people were terrified because of this. If even they were uneasy, then the commoners were even more uneasy. Lu Yin did not plan on explaining things to Garop, as he was waiting for news from the old smoker. He was also worried that the poisoner would suddenly act and poison countless people to death. That would be a huge matter that would shake the entire universe, but he could not ignore the rumors. Lu Yin thought about it and then left King Zishan's palace to head to planet Hydratink. The rumors were easier to deal with within the Great Eastern Alliance, but it was more difficult outside of the alliance. Xiaoya's media outlets had Lu Yin's support, and they were already expanding outside. However, it was difficult for them to accomplish much, and it was even more impossible for them to change the rumors. There was only one person who could help him at the moment. Luoxian, who had influence in half of the Outerverse. After much difficulty, Zirong finally agreed to meet Luoxian. Luoxian's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yin and she bit her lip. She was a little nervous but also a little expectant. She even blushed a little. Lu, Alliance Leader Lu, you were looking for me? Lu Yin looked at her strangely. Why is your face red? Are you sick? I have some medicine from Shamrock Enterprises. He poured out a pile of medicine. Luoxian grew even more nervous. No, there's no need. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. You were attacked because of me, so it's my fault. I apologize. Luoxian hurriedly replied, It's all right. You'll experience anything when you're wandering the universe. This is nothing. Wandering? Lu Yin was puzzled. Hero Luo forced a smile. That's right. Artists like us are said to be performing in various places, but we're actually just wandering around. We don't have a fixed place to stay and we don't have a home. Accidents can happen wherever we go. Hero Luo lowered her head. I'm sorry for saying too much. Lu Yin looked at Luoxian's lonely and helpless expression and recalled what Gavin had said to him. She had encountered many similar situations, and the local nobles were not people that artists like her could afford to offend. You're the Jade Goddess and you have the protection of the Amethyst firm. You should be doing well. Luoxian replied, Ever since I became the Jade Goddess, I've become much better. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. If you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. He then gave her his contact details. Luoxian's heart warmed and she looked up and smiled sweetly at Lu Yin. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Her smile was very pure, and it stirred up a strange feeling in Lu Yin's heart. It was as if something had been touched and he wanted to protect this girl. He hurriedly suppressed these feelings and coughed. Actually, I came here today to ask for your help. Luoxian solemnly saved Lu Yin's contact details and then asked curiously, What instructions do you have for me? Lu Yin replied, I want you to announce to the public that the attack on Xenu Star wasn't serious. This will help to suppress the rumors. All right, Luoxian agreed readily and she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin felt embarrassed under her gaze. This girl's eyes were very pure and bright, and she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Perhaps only someone like her could perform such a beautiful and pure dance that even he was mesmerized. Your dance was very beautiful, Lu Yin said. Luoxian smiled happily and then her face turned red again. She lowered her head. Thank you. 7th bro, I've fallen in love. I've decided that this girl will be part of my harem. Don't fight with me over her. The ghost monkey cried out excitedly. Lu Yin immediately blocked the monkey. It was too noisy. Right, can you help me make an appointment with Zixue? I'd like to talk to her, Lu Yin said. Luoxian nodded, feeling a little down. All right, please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Zirong had been trying to stop him from meeting Zixue, and Lu Yin hoped that Zirong wouldn't stop him this time. Lan Bing was solid evidence and Zixue was definitely Bai Shui. Not long after, Zixue and Lu Yin met up with Zirong following behind them, his eyes fixed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt helpless. He had been a little impulsive during their first meeting. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You're Zixue? Lu Yin looked at the girl who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Zixue looked at him coldly. I've been called Zixue since I was young. Alliance leader Lu, you've got the wrong person. Then what's with your innate gift? Bai Shui also has an innate gift of blue ice. Zixue frowned. There are many coincidences in the universe. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Now that you've seen it, I look very similar to this Bai Shui you're talking about, and even our innate gifts are the same. This is just a coincidence and there's no need to explain. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Is there something you can't tell me? Tell me and I can handle it with my current abilities. I have the Hall of Honor and Master behind me. There's nothing in the Outerverse that I can't handle. Zixue stood up. Alliance leader Lu, I've already said everything that needs to be said. I'm not Bai Shui and I'll say it one last time. I'm not. She then turned and left. Lu Yin didn't chase after her as Zixue's attitude was firm. He wasn't that familiar with Bai Shui, so there was no point in chasing after her. Zirong sat across from Lu Yin. You can give up now. She really is Zixue and she's been like this since the moment we met. Lu Yin didn't harp on the matter of Zixue any longer. She wasn't his wife and he had already confirmed it multiple times. He had already done his best and there was nothing he could do if she didn't want to admit it. Brother Z, this accident is my responsibility. I wasn't able to protect you and I formally apologize, Lu Yin said solemnly. Zirong raised a hand. There's no need for that. No one would have thought that Aegis would dare to make a move during Amethyst Company's performance. We won't let this matter rest. We don't care if Hero Luo helps you quell the rumors, but you have to pay for the performance fees and Amethyst Company's losses. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. It's all thanks to Brother Z, or else things would have been even more troublesome. Zirong smiled. If you want to thank someone you should thank Brother Kai. He was the one who blocked Lord Egret. Where's Brother Kai? Lu Yin asked. Zirong shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps he's at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Lu Yin nodded and chatted with Zirong for a while before leaving. He truly did have to thank Kai Jinxiang as he had made the right choice in leaving the man behind. Without Kai Jinxiang this attack wouldn't have ended so quickly. Lord Egret was not an ordinary enlighter, and his power level had reached 260,000. He had also trained in the Innerverse, and his strength surpassed even Karthika Huahui and Granny Chan. Kai Jinxiang and Aiden had worked together to chase him away, and they had both contributed greatly. Planet Hydrate Inc. still restricted outsiders from entering, and the Lockbreakers were gradually getting used to living in Frostwave Weave. This was mainly because the Great Eastern Alliance would send them a batch of resources every once in a while. Coupled with Lu Yin's experience as a Lockbreaker, these Lockbreakers were living quite comfortably, and their lives weren't any worse than before. However, these days would soon come to an end as the Great Eastern Alliance would not provide these resources for free. Back then Lu Yin had told Phelan that the Great Eastern Alliance would seek the help of Lockbreakers in the future, not just for lockbreaking, but also to explore some strange places and even train cultivators. Lockbreakers had too many uses. The price that they were paying now was just to set up an ambush for the future. Kai Jinxiang was currently at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, which wasn't too far away from Phelan's residence. From the looks of it he was protecting Jeffrey's box. It wasn't time yet, but there would come a day when Lu Yin would personally open the box. Kai Jinxiang sensed Lu Yin's arrival and walked out to welcome him into his residence. In the distance, Phelan was teaching her disciples. She had at least 10 of them and Wei Exer was one of them. As Phelan taught, her disciples all looked at her with reverence and admiration. To these people, Phelan was the heavens and she was the most powerful lockbreaker in the entire Outerverse. They dreamed of becoming someone like Phelan one day. They didn't ask to become the society's president, but rather they hoped to become an assessment mentor. Wei Exer also looked at Phelan, but her gaze was no longer as respectful as it had been when she had first met Phelan on Source Peak Planet. Although Phelan's position as president seemed impressive, she couldn't help but recall the conversation between her brother and Lu Yin. According to them, the society's president was just a stupid woman who could be casually used. No matter what, Wei Xer could no longer respect Phelan as she had in the past. She couldn't help but think of Lu Yin, the man who had chatted and joked with her brother. He was the man who could decide the fate of the universe with a single word. Even her brother had praised Lu Yin and felt threatened by him. Wei Xer had never seen her brother hold anyone in such high regard since she was young, and even those two people hadn't made her brother feel threatened. Lu Yin, that's a strange name, Wei Xer thought to herself. The next day, Luo Shen helped quell the rumors about Lu Yin in front of countless media outlets in the Great Eastern Alliance. There were some effects and many people believed Aegis's words. However, there were also others who were secretly spreading rumors that were unfavorable to the Great Yu Empire. This was the work of Aegis's second management. There were those who didn't care, like the Nalan family, and there were also those who were tied to Aegis for good or ill. These powers were frantically promoting Aegis while belittling the Great Yu Empire. For a moment, two types of rumors were rampant. The rumors that were unfavorable to the Great Yu Empire easily gained the upper hand because many photos had been exposed on Xenu Star. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed or injured in that battle, and a significant portion of these people had come from other weaves. Furthermore, those who could come to Xenu Star to watch Luo Shen's performance had to have a high status. The families and connections behind these people all spoke out together, which was quite unfavorable to Lu Yin. Lu Yin couldn't control these people. Under these circumstances, Wei Rong contacted Lu Yin. Brother Lu, it seems like you've been in a lot of trouble recently. There's news about you every day, Wei Rong said in a relaxed tone. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Wei, just enjoy the show. I believe that I'll be able to see a good show soon. Chapter 761. Wei Rong laughed. I don't have anything good to show Brother Lu. You'll be disappointed. Brother Wei, don't tell me that you only want to protect your own territory. With how tyrannical Aegis is, you'll be restricted the moment you leave Armament Weave. If they can do that to me, then they can naturally do the same to Brother Wei. I know that Brother Wei is connected to Aegis, but in the face of benefits, whether or not this connection is reliable is something we'll talk about later, Lu Yin said. Wei Rong laughed. Brother Lu, are you trying to sow discord? That's right. I'm trying to sow discord between Brother Wei and Aegis. I believe that Brother Wei will put on a good show sooner or later, and it won't be too late. Lu Yin smiled confidently. Wei Rong smiled. Then we'll wait and see. But before that, I hope that Brother Lu will be safe. I'll be counting on Brother Wei's auspicious words. Lu Yin smiled and then ended the call. It had already been a few days, but there had been no news of the Poison Master attacking Frostwave Weave, nor had there been any news of the old smoker assassinating the Poison Master. This made Lu Yin feel rather uneasy. The Poison Master was a huge threat and it was not easy to find him. Once he was targeted, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lu Yin had not rested for a few days. That night he stood in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace and looked into the distance. The sky was covered by the enormous projection of 3 continents, but it still could not hide the bright lights of the capital. The small tavern was still open. The owner should have saved up enough money to open a proper store, but he had not and continued to maintain the tavern. Lu Yin suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold behind him. His eyes trembled as he saw terrifying rune lines extend to the soles of his feet. He had experienced this familiar feeling once before. He Wuxian of the 7 sky gods had come. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had learned about the terror of the 7 sky gods from Ku Wei, and they were the rulers of the Neo-Human Alliance. They were terrifying powerhouses whose strength could not be estimated. Lu Yin did not know why such a ruler had appeared in the Outerverse or why they were looking for a puny explorer like him. However, he could not deny that he was afraid. Anyone who faced such a powerhouse would feel fear. No one was unafraid of death, and Lu Yin was no exception. Mr. Mu had said that the person he had encountered was not He Wuxian himself, but just a strand of his spiritual force. Even so, he had not been able to resist. Fortunately, Mr. Mu had given him a jade stone to protect. Sir Lu Yin, we meet again. The cold voice was like metal scraping against metal, causing one to shudder. You're not Blacklist God. It's impossible for him to appear in the Outerverse. It looks like Sir Lu Yin understands the 7 sky gods. I'm Blacklist God, but I'm also not Blacklist God. I'm here to ask if Sir Lu Yin has changed your mind. As long as Sir Lu Yin agrees, Aegis will immediately be destroyed, and we will allow Sir Lu Yin to easily unify the Outerverse. Lu Yin sneered, I'll say it again. If everyone turns into zombies, so what if I unify the universe? Then the despair will continue. Sir Lu Yin, I look forward to our next meeting. With that, the gloomy feeling disappeared, and the clamor of the city entered his ears once more. Lu Yin exhaled and looked around, but he couldn't find any rune lines from Black Wuxian. Aegis and Black Wuxian had shown him that rune lines were not omnipotent and some people could hide. What exactly did the Neo-Human Alliance see in him? Was there really no one else in the Outerverse who was more suitable than Lu Yin to unify the Outerverse? Lu Yin was puzzled. The current situation was giving him a headache. Aegis, the Yu bloodline, the Neo-Human Alliance, Wei Rong, the Central Weave, and so on. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, the situation was still not that simple. It could only be said that the Astral River had isolated the Innerverse's complicated situation while releasing the Outerverse. The Outerverse had never been simple, and it had only been suppressed by the Innerverse. Right, he had no money. Lu Yin thought of a very serious problem. Without money, he would not be able to increase his power, which was not good. He had to find a way to earn money. 10 days quickly passed, and during this time the rumors in the outside world never stopped, especially in the Central Weave. Countless people said that Lu Yin was afraid of Aegis and that he had not even dared to speak after being attacked by Aegis. Lu Yin had indeed not shown himself, which allowed these rumors to spread. There were even many places within the Great Eastern Alliance that were slandering Lu Yin, and there were even demonstrations in some places that demanded that Lu Yin step down from his position as alliance leader. These demonstrations were quickly suppressed, but this also showed that Lu Yin's reputation within the Great Eastern Alliance had taken a hit. Aegis wanted to use this method to establish its might. As long as Lu Yin did not admit defeat, they would not rest. Lu Yin's unification of the Great Eastern Alliance had allowed his reputation to reach an extremely high level in the Outerverse. This kind of person was exactly what Aegis needed, and only by suppressing such a person would they be able to show the Outerverse how powerful Aegis was. During this time, the various powers did not make any moves. Even the Amethyst Trading Company did not make any moves, and they quietly observed the situation. Lu Yin had been anxiously waiting for news from the old smoker, as he was afraid that he would receive news that the Poison Master had poisoned the Great Yu Empire's commoners. This continued until that afternoon, when a piece of news quickly spread throughout the Outerverse, shocking countless people. The Poison Master had died. The Poison Master was a legend, and even though he was infamous, he had set the record for killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. 100 billion people, a number that caused one's scalp to tingle, had all died at the Poison Master's hands. For this reason, the Innerverse and Outerverse had specifically searched for the Poison Master to kill him, and even the Hall of Honor had made a move. However, they had not been able to find the Poison Master. The Poison Master might not have been as strong as other assassins when it came to direct combat, but his ability to hide and preserve his life was too high. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Poison Master had not dared to show his face for several decades. It was only when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated that the Poison Master was reactivated by the Aegis. The Great Yu Empire was where the Poison Master had once again set the record. The Aegis had not been trying to scare Lu Yin, as they had truly intended for the Poison Master to make a move in the Great Yu Empire. They should have done so long ago, but the Poison Master had been targeted by the old smoker. He had used all sorts of methods to escape, but in the end he had not been able to escape and had died in outer space. The news and photos of the Poison Master's death had shaken the Outerverse, and countless people had seen the Poison Master's appearance. He had been a very ordinary short old man, but no one doubted his identity, as the person who had killed him had been the #1 assassin, the old smoker. When news of the Poison Master's death reached Lu Yin's ears, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other assassins, as no matter how powerful they were, they could only kill a limited number of people. The Poison Master was the most ruthless of them all. Now that the Poison Master had died, Lu Yin could finally relax. The Poison Master's death caused countless people to speculate about who had hired the old smoker. The Aegis was furious, and they did everything they could to contact the old smoker. Lu Yin immediately ordered someone to secretly spread the news that he had hired the old smoker. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was rather embarrassing, and Lu Yin did not want to spread the news. However, he had to let others know, so he could only do so in secret. Not long after, the old smoker contacted Lu Yin and asked for some natural treasures. Lu Yin sent the old smoker an address, where he had already placed 12 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. The price for killing the poison master was 5 baht, and the other 5 baht was the price for killing the judge. The remaining 2 were Lu Yin's goodwill. Just like how the various great powers had tried to join the second management of the Aegis in order to avoid being assassinated by the Aegis, Lu Yin also wanted to avoid being assassinated by the old smoker. Lu Yin did not want to be targeted by a fierce person who had dared to assassinate the master of the Blaze realm. Who knew what method such a person had? The fact that this person was able to participate in the Outerverse assassin rankings meant that he was not an enlighter. The fact that he had been able to escape from the Blaze realm meant that he had some mysterious methods. Lu Yin was not confident that he could defend himself against this person, and he could not keep wearing his universal armor. That's enough. The white smoke formed 2 words on the screen. Lu Yin said, "Next target, the judge. The remaining 2 are for you." The white smoke drifted around the screen for a while before forming words. "Are you a member?" Lu Yin blinked and then rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? A member? A member? What's that? The monkey was confused. Lu Yin was confused. What member? The white smoke drifted around the screen. Topping up 10 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger will allow you to enjoy my services. I will issue missions and complete them as quickly as possible. Priority will be given to members. In the world of assassins, if someone places a bounty on a member, I will notify the member and also provide anti-assassination services. If a member is in danger and is within a certain distance, I will act according to my discretion. If the list of benefits dazzled Lu Yin, and so much white smoke formed words that he was stunned. This old smoker had a good head for business, and he even provided membership services. How many members do you have? Lu Yin asked. The white smoke drifted around for a while before finally forming a number. 0. Lu Yin was speechless, as the old smoker didn't even have a single member. It made sense, as not everyone had natural treasures that could help them avoid danger, let alone topping up 10 at once. Any organization with that many natural treasures wouldn't need the protection of an assassin. Speaking of which, this thing suited him well. He didn't have many things, but these natural treasures were the most abundant. Alright, I've topped up. I have 10 left. Lu Yin was very generous, as he felt that there was no need to be so serious when talking to the old smoker. Thank you, boss. The white smoke formed 4 words. Get rid of the judge as soon as possible. Don't worry, it won't be long. The screen disappeared, leaving Lu Yin in a good mood. Assassins weren't as old-fashioned as they seemed, and this old smoker could be of use to him for a long time. The news that Lu Yin had hired the old smoker to assassinate the poison master gradually spread. Many people sought out Lu Yin for confirmation, but Lu Yin neither admitted nor denied it. Aegis contacted the old smoker and told him not to act against their assassins, but the old smoker's reply left Aegis helpless. Assassins were paid to eliminate disasters, and Aegis understood this principle. If possible, they would have liked to recruit or eliminate the old smoker, but they didn't have the ability to do so. Just as Aegis was thinking of a solution, news of the judge's death spread a few days later. A large number of photos of the judge's death appeared on the Outerverse network, and the killer was still the old smoker. The news of the judge's death was even more shocking than the poison master's death. Chapter 762. Although poison masters were ranked higher, that was only because they had killed a terrifying number of people. They hadn't been active for many years, so most people didn't know how terrifying poison masters were. However, judges were different. They had always been active in the assassin world and were ranked 4th. They were definitely powerful and had never failed in their assassinations. The deaths of such experts sent chills down the spines of countless people. If even a judge and a poison master could be killed, then how powerful was the old smoker? Could it be that as long as one could hire him, they could kill anyone they wanted to kill? This question sent chills down the spines of many, and even more people asked about the price of hiring the old smoker. When they learned that the price was a natural treasure that could help them avoid danger, they had no choice but to give up. Aegis was furious and they contacted the old smoker again to ask him to stop, but the old smoker ignored them completely. Countless eyes focused on Lu Ying once more. Had he hired the old smoker? The price of killing 2 top assassins was definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 natural treasures. How many more did he have? How many more times could he hire the old smoker? This was a question that countless people wanted to know, and it was also what Aegis wanted to know the most. Most of the reason why Aegis was able to intimidate the Outerverse was because of the 6 assassins in the top 10. Now 2 of them had died at Lu Yin's hands, while the other 2 had died at the old smoker's hands. Aegis only had 2 top assassins left, and their threat had decreased significantly. If Lu Ying continued to hire the old smoker to snipe their assassins, they would be in trouble. Even a sea of mercenaries couldn't compare to a single top assassin. Aegis wouldn't allow any more top assassins to die, so they had no choice but to contact Lu Ying. It was still the same person, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. "Your Excellency Lu Ying, you hired the old smoker, right?" a cold voice asked. Lu Ying had heard too many similar voices recently from the world of darkness, and he was already numb to it. "So what if I did? Does your Excellency want to start an all-out war with Aegis?" Lu Ying sneered. "Then let's start a war. The next target might not be an assassin. It might be you or Star Fox. It seems that your Excellency knows a lot about Aegis, but what you know is only the surface. Aegis was able to survive the catastrophe that wiped out the assassins tens of thousands of years ago. We didn't just rely on a few assassins. I hope your Excellency can think clearly. From the moment you dared to threaten me, you'll have to bear the consequences. I, Lu Ying, will not be threatened by anyone. I'm not even afraid of the Day-Night clan, let alone your Aegis. I hope that the security at your headquarters is even tighter than the Blaze Realms. Otherwise, it won't be much of a challenge for that old smoker." After the call ended, the people from Aegis immediately hung up. They were obviously very angry. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. Let's see how long you can last. He contacted Old Smoker once more. His next target was Black Tiger, who was ranked 10th on the assassin ranking and one of Aegis' assassins. Over the next few days, the Great Eastern Alliance was embroiled in a bitter tug-of-war. Due to the deaths of several top assassins, Aegis crazily sent countless assassins and mercenaries to the various weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance to assassinate various important figures and instigate wars. Many of the weaves were thrown into chaos, and the various weaves organizations could only grit their teeth and fight against Aegis. In just a few days, more than 10 organizations that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance had been wiped out. More than 1,000 important figures from the various weaves had died, which caused the entire Great Eastern Alliance to fall into a state of panic. People constantly contacted Enya, requesting that Lu Ying send an allied army to deal with the situation. However, against the assassins and mercenaries scattered throughout the Great Eastern Alliance, it was impossible for the allied army to act individually. Aegis hoped to use this method to force Lu Ying to submit. However, a few days later, the picture of Black Tiger being assassinated by Old Smoker spread all over the network. The various weaves of the Outerverse were shaken, and everyone could tell that this was a battle between Lu Ying and Aegis. Now Aegis only had one top assassin left. Although the Great Eastern Alliance was in chaos and many people were dissatisfied with Lu Ying had accumulated his power for a long time. Furthermore, Aegis did not have any top assassins who could assassinate the important figures of the organization. For the time being, the Great Eastern Alliance would not resist Lu Ying as much as Aegis wanted. Aegis contacted Lu Ying once again, but this time, Lu Ying did not pick up. Every time, Aegis had been the one to contact him, which was too passive. Aegis was more anxious than anyone else. Once the last top assassin died, Aegis would lose all face. Although there were still some Aegis members among the top 10 assassins, Old Smoker only needed to act 2 or 3 more times, or even assassinate Star Fox, and Aegis would have a real headache. The reason why Lu Ying had not hired Old Smoker to assassinate Star Fox was because he was waiting for negotiations. Not long after, Madame Naylan contacted Lu Ying. Lu Ying saw that it was a call from Madame Naylan, and his lips curled up. Aegis had given in. He clicked on the call and Madame Naylan's alluring face appeared. She looked at Lu Ying strangely and smiled. "Your Highness, I admire you." Lu Ying smiled. "Admire me for what?" Madame Naylan smiled. "After so many years, very few people have been able to make Aegis give in. Even in the Innerverse there aren't many who can do it. Your Highness, you're one of them. Lu Yin shrugged. Let's hurt each other and see who gives in first. Madame Nayland solemnly said, actually if Aegis really wants to drag this out they can afford it. They still have countless training bases in the Central Weaves and the Western and Eastern Weaves, and they train no less than 10,000 assassins and mercenaries every day. Once all of these assassins and mercenaries are sent to the Great Eastern Alliance, it will only take a few months for the Great Eastern Alliance to descend into chaos. Lu Yin nodded. I believe that, but I also believe that by that time, Aegis will no longer have any so-called first or second management. That's why I want to be a peacemaker and resolve the grudges between the two of you. Madame Nayland smiled. Lu Yin sat down and gestured for her to speak. Let's talk. Madame Nayland solemnly said, Aegis means that they will no longer oppose you. As long as you're the alliance leader, they will not act against the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the weaves that don't belong to the Great Eastern Alliance, it will be a fair competition, and you will no longer hire the old smoker to assassinate anyone from Aegis. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Madame Nayland tried to persuade him. Your Highness, this is already the best possible outcome. Aegis is one of the 4 major corporations and they need to maintain their reputation. You can't really expect them to apologize to you in front of the entire universe, right? Lu Yin coldly replied, Are we just going to let the assassination on Xenu Star go? Tens of thousands of people died and more than half of them were civilians of Xenu Star. I can't just let this matter rest. Madame Nayland replied, Aegis can pay compensation and remove all of their secret bases within the Great Eastern Alliance. This is already their stance and everyone can see it. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Madame Nayland looked at Lu Yin from within the screen. She had never expected Lu Yin to be able to do this. She had assumed that the Great Eastern Alliance would be at a disadvantage as Aegis was hidden in the shadows, and their hidden power was too great. The second management level was also involved with countless powers in the universe, and they had abundant funds and influence throughout the Outerverse. However, she had never expected that the old smoker would be able to change everything. This was the universe and absolute experts could often change the course of a war. However, what she could not understand was how Lu Yin had managed to hire the old smoker. Even the Nayland family did not have many natural treasures that could help them avoid danger. Over the past few days, the old smoker had assassinated 3 of Aegis' top assassins, and he had needed no less than 10 natural treasures. Where had Lu Yin obtained them? Could it be that the rumors were true, and that he had the Hall of Honor backing him? Then why hadn't the Hall of Honor acted directly? Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Madame Nayland. I have one more condition. If you agree to it, then my grudge with Aegis will be settled. What is it? Madame Nayland asked. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. I want to join the second management level of Aegis. She was shocked. You want to join Aegis? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. I want to join the second management level. She did not understand. Why do you want to join Aegis? Based on the fact that you can hire the old smoker, no assassin in the universe can threaten you. There are no benefits in joining Aegis. Your Highness, Aegis will not give you any dividends. I know. That's the only condition I have. You can help me ask around, but if they don't agree, then we'll just continue to waste time. At worst, the Great Eastern Alliance will just disband. I, Lu Yin, have plenty of resources to hire the old smoker. I'll definitely be able to eliminate all of those assassins from Aegis, Lu Yin said resolutely. Madame Nayland ended the call and contacted Aegis. Not long after, an unfamiliar call came through. Lu Yin accepted the call and heard the same cold voice. Your Excellency Lu Yin, do you wish to join Aegis? That's right. May I ask why? Most people join the second management level to avoid being assassinated by us. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Yin calmly replied, Not only do I want to join the second management level, but I also want to meet Star Fox. I want to be able to influence some of Aegis' decisions. Based on what? The cold voice asked. Lu Yin replied, Based on the fact that I can hire the old smoker at any time, based on the fact that I'm the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, and based on the fact that I have the Hall of Honor behind me. The other party was silent for a moment. I'm Star Fox. Lu Yin was not surprised. Then what's your answer? Your Excellency can join Aegis and you can also make some suggestions. However, I cannot guarantee that your suggestions will be accepted. If Aegis encounters a problem that we cannot resolve, I hope that your Excellency can help us. Is that possible? Star Fox asked. Lu Yin agreed. No problem. He then ended the call. He had only thought of joining Aegis a few days ago. He could use the old smoker to threaten Aegis, but it was impossible for him to eliminate them. Aegis' hidden influence was too great, and even now he did not know how many other powers in the Great Eastern Alliance were affected by Aegis. When Wei Rong had attacked Source Peak Planet, he had joined forces with Aegis, and Lu Yin was worried that Wei Rong would gradually influence Aegis or even control it. Since he was not confident that he could eliminate Aegis, this was the only way. At the very least, he had to ensure that Aegis would not help Wei Rong deal with him. If they had to choose between him and Wei Rong, Lu Yin believed that Aegis would rather give up on Wei Rong than become enemies with him. After this tug-of-war, Lu Yin had made the entire universe recognize him. Even Aegis had been forced to leave the Great Eastern Alliance. Countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's methods and ruthlessness, as well as his determination. Chapter 763. The countless people who had slandered Lu Yin within the Great Eastern Alliance seemed to have disappeared overnight. Everywhere was filled with people singing his praises, and the various weaves immediately expressed their goodwill, wanting to praise Lu Yin to the heavens. Lu Yin took the opportunity to purge the powers that had always opposed the Great Eastern Alliance, and at the same time he increased his efforts in consolidating resources. His prestige was at its peak and no one dared to oppose anything he did. This was especially true after many powers from North Castle Weave joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin's reputation grew even more. The Great Eastern Alliance now had 9 weaves and the remaining weaves would not be too far away. After the attack on Xenu Star, the compensation for those who had died had already been paid out. Lu Yin increased it a little and distributed it all. Amethyst Trading Company's compensation was also handled by Aegis. It was just a trading company and while it seemed quite large it was nothing to Aegis. Zhou Xian wanted to hold another performance on Xenu Star, but she had not obtained the approval of the upper echelons of Amethyst Trading Company. Her performance plans were very strict, so she could only return to Xenu Star in the future. Lu Yin sent Zirong and the rest off. He was concerned about Zishue's identity, but since she did not want to acknowledge him, there was nothing he could do. Luo Shen's reluctant gaze made him feel a little strange. 7th bro, my woman left. The monkey was dejected. Lu Yin was speechless. In Source Peak Weave in outer space, Wei Rong dismissed everyone and turned on his gadget. Soon after, a cold voice was heard. What's the matter? Are you admitting defeat? Wei Rong asked. The cold voice contained a bone-chilling intent. Be careful with your attitude. Wei Rong sneered. Fully withdrawing from the Great Eastern Alliance? Looks like you're really afraid of Lu Yin. We can't deal with him for now, but it won't be difficult to destroy the Wei family. Wei Rong did not mind. Actually, Lu Yin was only able to hire Old Smoker because of the entire Great Eastern Alliance's support. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the resources to hire Old Smoker? How about this? Let's work together. You provide me with mercenaries and I'll help you deal with Lu Yin. With just you? Wei Rong replied, of course not. I can form an alliance with a central weave just like the Great Eastern Alliance. We'll talk about that after you form an alliance. Wei Rong then hung up. Wei Rong exhaled and looked at the sky in amusement. The Great Aegis is actually afraid of being beaten up. Lu Yin, you're ruthless enough. But I'm curious as to who's attacking the Mavis Bank. That's a real big move. After Aegis withdrew from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Eastern Weaves immediately quieted down. Lu Yin found some time to attend a court meeting, but when he looked at the ministers present he felt a little embarrassed. It had been a long time since he'd attended a court meeting. Lu Yin hoped that he would be able to increase the number of androids in the future. He took some time to visit the Third Ring continent and saw Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua and the others training at Yu Academy. Bei Qing was nowhere to be seen the whole day. No one knew where he went. Li Zimo had always wanted to challenge Case, but Case had completely ignored him. Ever since this dire barbarian clan member had been brought to Xenu Star by Lu Yin, he had become extremely well-behaved, to the point that Lu Yin even thought that he had been replaced. He was most concerned about Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei. He still couldn't find them and he didn't know where they had gone. The bespectacled Miss Child contacted Lu Yin and sent him a series of words of admiration. This reminded Lu Yin of Top Mist and he immediately contacted the Miss Child. "What's up?" Top Mist asked. Lu Yin asked, "Do you know anything about Aegis?" Top Mist was puzzled. "Didn't you reconcile with Aegis?" "I'm curious. Do you know how strong those old assassins from Aegis who have been sealed in ice all this time are?" Lu Yin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. The Poison Master, the Magistrate and the others were all current assassins, but the old assassins who had founded Aegis were the greatest threat. Those who had been able to survive the disaster that had besieged the assassin world were definitely not ordinary people. Top Mist answered, "I don't know their exact strength, but there are definitely enlighters among them." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Are you sure? Even if a person is sealed in ice, there's a time limit to how long they can remain sealed in ice. Only space-exploring powerhouses can remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years without dying. Hunters can even remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years, and there are even more enlighters. Since they were able to survive the disaster of the assassin world tens of thousands of years ago and remain sealed in ice until now, there are definitely enlighters among them. Otherwise, Aegis wouldn't have been able to exist." "How do they compare to you?" Lu Yin asked. Top Mist indifferently replied, "We haven't. Although Mafioso Planet and Aegis have dealings, they aren't subordinate to each other. Furthermore, Mafioso Planet has a much longer history than Aegis. Aegis is just an amalgamation and it isn't an inherited power." "What's the price for hiring you?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Top Mist fell silent for a moment. "Very expensive." He only said 2 words before hanging up. Lu Yin still wanted to ask about Granny Chan's situation, hoping that he could hire this old man to deal with her. However, the old man didn't seem to want to chat with him. It made sense as they had once been enemies. Even if they weren't enemies now, they weren't friends either. Lu Yin's peaceful days lasted for more than half a month. It had been more than 2 years since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and many of the Outerverse isolated weaves were gradually recovering. Lu Yin took some time to ask Madame Naylan, and he learned that tyrannical weave would soon be unobstructed again. When that time came, the enlighters that the Naylan family had consecrated would appear, and they would no longer need Lu Yin's protection. Many of the areas in the eastern weaves that had been isolated also gradually recovered. Lu Yin was looking through his star chart when he received a piece of news that caught him off guard. Peach had been captured. Peach was the captain of the 6th Squadron of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons. Even though Lu Yin wanted to replace her, he hadn't done so yet. Peach was still the captain and she held a lot of authority in her hands. She was a lofty figure in the Eastern Weaves, but someone had actually dared to act against her. At this moment, the blind monk requested an audience. Lu Yin allowed him in. The blind monk saw Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. He anxiously said, "Your Highness, Captain Peach has been captured. Please save her." Lu Yin looked at the blind monk. "I only just found out. Who captured her?" The blind monk's face turned ugly and he answered, "The Temple of Taiyamo." Lu Yin's expression changed. "The Mordor Weaves Temple of Taiyamo?" The blind monk nodded. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This Temple of Taiyamo was no ordinary power. The Outerverse was huge, and although its overall strength was not as great as the Innerverse, there were still a few powers that the Innerverse did not want to provoke. These powers were comparable to the 8 Great Flow Zones, and the Temple of Taiyamo was one of them. On the surface, there were 3 great powers that the Innerverse feared. They were the Mordor Weaves Temple of Taiyamo, the Tyrannical Weaves Myriad City, and the Endless Weaves Dark Phoenix Tribe. Myriad City had gathered a significant portion of the Outerverse's wealth, and their slogan was, "As long as you have the ability to enter Myriad City will have the ability to make you rich." Even the meetings of the 4 major corporations had to be held in Myriad City. Only this city, which was known as the wealthiest of all, could support the 4 major corporations. It was said that even a beggar in Myriad City would have a fortune as long as you had the ability to sneak in and beg. With so much money, what couldn't one do? This was the foundation of Myriad City, and their weapons were money. As for the Dark Phoenix Tribe, They were known as the fallen undying birds and were the mortal enemies of the Innerverse Phoenix family. They had been expelled from the Innerverse and possessed the black undying bird flames. The Phoenix family was a powerful family in the Innerverse, and just because they did not have a good reputation did not mean that they were weak. Even the Day-Night clan rarely provoked them, and there were members of the Phoenix family among the 10 arbiters. The fact that the Phoenix family could become mortal enemies with this family showed just how terrifying the Dark Phoenix tribe was. The Temple of Tiamo was as famous as Myriad City and the Dark Phoenix tribe, which showed just how powerful they were. The most famous power in the Eastern Weaves was the Temple of Tiamo. Unfortunately, the Temple of Tiamo had always been very closed off and did not interact with the outside world. The network only said that the Temple of Tiamo was proficient in using bows and arrows, but no one knew the specifics. Some time ago, when Ironblood Weave had been summoned, the Mordor Weave, Myriad Veil Weave, Greatwoods Weave and several other weaves had been isolated and no one had appeared. Otherwise they would not have fought so fiercely. Speaking of the Temple of Tiamo, it was the only power in the Eastern Weaves that spanned across 2 weaves. The Temple of Tiamo controlled both Mordor Weave and Myriad Veil Weave. Has the Mordor Weave been restored? Luin asked. The blind monk answered, 10 days ago the energy isolation was removed, and the weave has officially been restored. Why did they kidnap Peach? Luin asked curiously. The blind monk hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If I hadn't looked through your resumes, I would have thought that you were all from Frostwave Weave. Peach was born in Mordor Weave, so is she related to the Temple of Tiamo? You have the best relationship with her, but she's now one of my people. Tell me everything about her or I won't be able to save her. You should be aware of the Temple of Tiamo's strength. They're not Aegis. The blind monk nodded and said, I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Peach once said that if she disappeared one day, it would be the Temple of Tiamo's doing. Lu Yin stared at the blind monk. What else? The blind monk met Lu Yin's gaze. I really don't know. I only know that Peach once said that the Temple of Tiamo would not let her off. There's also one more thing. Peach is actually only 22 years old. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Peach is only 22 years old? The blind monk nodded. Lu Yin was stunned. He remembered someone saying that Peach was more than 100 years old, and that she had only been able to maintain her youthful appearance because she had eaten some sort of natural treasure. Didn't her resume say that she was more than 100 years old? The blind monk shook his head. His Majesty helped Peach change her appearance. Peach has always pretended to be older than 100 years old, and her body has always been that large in order to avoid being captured by the Temple of Tiamo. I never expected that they would still be able to find her this time. Lu Yin recalled Peach's every move and realized that he had been too careless. Peach did not seem like someone who was more than 100 years old. She loved snacks, apologized whenever she made a mistake, treated people sincerely and even treated them as friends. Weren't these the characteristics of a child? He had actually thought that she was more than 100 years old. What a joke. Wait, if Peach was only 22 years old, then that meant that when he had first met her she had only been around 15. How had she become a cruiser? Lu Yin looked at the blind monk in disbelief, but the monk seemed to know Lu Yin's doubts and shook his head. I really don't know the specifics. I hope that your highness can save Peach. She has always treated you as a friend. Chapter 764. Lu Yin immediately summoned Aiden and brought the blind monk with him. They then boarded a spacecraft and headed to the Moto Weave. No matter what the reason was, he could not allow Peach to be captured. She was both his subordinate and his friend. In the starry sky, a strangely shaped spaceship that resembled a long arrow was flying towards the east. Within the spaceship, Peach was tied to a pillar with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. In front of her was a young man with a sinister expression who was staring at her coldly. At this moment, Peach was no longer the petite girl that Lu Yin had always seen. Instead, she had transformed into a girl who was 1.6 meters tall, and her appearance had changed quite a bit as well. However, he could still recognize her at a glance. This was her original appearance. Ever since Undying Yushan had brought her to the Great Yu Empire, she had used her star energy to transform her body and maintain the appearance of a little girl. Because he had gotten used to seeing her, even Lu Yin hadn't noticed anything unusual. Peach, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up and your thoughts have matured. Hand it over so you don't have to suffer, the young man said coldly. Peach spat and glared at the young man. Xianxia, don't even think about it. I won't give you the arrow. Just give up. Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and slapped Peach, leaving a red handprint on her face. Damned girl, you're still as stubborn as you were back then. Do you really think that someone can save you? The headmaster has been in seclusion for dozens of years, and my master has always been in charge of the Hall of Taimo. If he wants you to live, you can live, but if he wants you to die, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Peach glared at Xianxia, her eyes filled with killing intent. Xianxia sneered. Right, I almost forgot. You're the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron and I think you're from the Great Yu Empire. Tell me, if Master sends someone to destroy the Great Yu Empire, won't you feel guilty? Peach's eyes widened. That's my business and it has nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. It was the Great Yu Empire that saved you back then, right? That alone is enough. You should understand the strength of our Taimo Palace, and a tiny Great Yu Empire is nothing to us, Xianxia threatened. Peach suddenly laughed as she looked mockingly at Xianxia. The Hall of Taimo has always been sealed off from the world. You don't even watch the news? Did they really think that they could destroy the Great Yu Empire? What a joke. Check it out yourself. The Great Yu Empire is no longer the Great Yu Empire of a few years ago. Xianxia arched an eyebrow and looked behind him. One person walked out and activated his gadget. There was an introduction to the Great Yu Empire and the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia was surprised. The Great Eastern Alliance? Wuyin? An enlightened assassin? Peach looked at him mockingly. You better let me go. Otherwise, be prepared to face the wrath of the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia watched for a long time with a grim expression. However, he still sneered and looked at Peach. Little Peach, have you forgotten how the Taimo Hall obtained its current status? Peach's expression changed, her eyes filled with deep fear. A long time ago, the Temple of Taimo had been threatened by a powerhouse from the Innerverse whose power level exceeded 300,000. That powerhouse did not care about the Outerverse at all, and he had wanted to forcibly occupy the Temple of Taimo. In the end, he had been killed by a single arrow from the Temple of Taimo. It was from then on that the Temple of Taimo had gained an extraordinary status. Even though most of the Innerverse powers did not have any old freaks with power levels over 300,000, the Temple of Taimo had been able to kill such a powerhouse. This was their foundation. Peach knew that the Temple of Taimo had 3 enlighters and that they had the ability to kill an old freak with a power level over 300,000. That was the true strength of the Temple of Taimo. Xianxia sneered when he saw Peach's expression change. He grabbed her hair and stared at her. It'll be fine if that Wuyin doesn't come, but if he does, my master can just destroy him. What Great Eastern Alliance? In the eyes of the Temple of Taimo, they're just a bunch of trash. Peach's face paled and she gradually despaired. The Temple of Taimo could rival the Innerverse's great powers. The Great Yu Empire might be able to withstand 1 or 2 enlighters, but they could not withstand the Temple of Taimo's foundation, let alone rescue her. In this part of the universe, there was no one who could rescue her from the Temple of Taimo. In the Eastern Weaves, the arrow-shaped spacecraft was the symbol of the Temple of Taimo. No matter where it went, it could go as it pleased and no one dared to stop it. But today, the Temple of Taimo's sword-shaped spacecraft had been intercepted at the vast Earth sect. Xianxia was furious. What's going on? A disciple from the Temple of Taimo reported. Senior Brother Song, the vast Earth sect's elder Hua Qiao intercepted the spacecraft. He said. What did he say? Xianxia's tone was cold. The disciple's expression turned ugly. He said that he wants to search the spacecraft. Xianxia slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it. The vast Earth sect sure has guts. How dare they search the Temple of Taimo's spacecraft? After saying that, he suddenly looked at Peach and saw the hope in her eyes. His eyes narrowed and he suddenly slapped her again, tearing her mouth open. Damn girl, you'd better pray that the Great Eastern Alliance doesn't cause trouble for the Hall of Taimo, otherwise, I'll ask Master to destroy them. With that, he coldly snorted and walked out. Peach glared at Xianxia's departing figure with a complicated expression. The vast Earth sect could not have intercepted the Temple of Taimo's spacecraft for no reason. Had His Highness really taken action? The Temple of Taimo was not Aegis, and they had the resources to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Outside the spacecraft, the vast Earth-6 spacecraft was lined up in a row, blocking the arrow-shaped spacecraft. Elder Hua Qiao stood in space, looking at the arrow-shaped spacecraft in front of him with fear. The Temple of Taimo was a terrifying power that dominated the Eastern Weaves, and it was one of the top powers in the entire Outerverse. No one had expected that they would be reconnected so quickly. If they had been a step earlier, the Great Eastern Alliance might not have been established so smoothly. Fortunately, this power was isolated from the rest of the world and had not participated in the Outerverse power struggles for countless years. If possible, Hua Qiao did not want to provoke this power, but he had received orders from his superiors, so he could only brace himself and stop them. Kaizasong walked out of the spacecraft and saw Hua Qiao. He sneered and his body flickered as he appeared in front of Hua Qiao. Elder Hua, long time no see. Hua Qiao frowned when he saw Kaizasong. You are Temple of Taimo, Elder of Technique Imparting Elder, Disciple of Grandmaster Bei Kaizasong. His voice reverberated throughout space, causing the vast Earth sect disciples to feel apprehensive. Hua Qiao remembered and solemnly said, "So it's Peking Teacher's eldest disciple. We've met once before." Kaizasong stared at Hua Qiao coldly. "Elder Hua, how did my Temple of Taimo offend your vast Earth sect? Why did you stop us?" Hua Qiao hesitated and then said awkwardly, "To be honest, Peach, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 6th Imperial Squadron has gone missing. Alliance Master Lu suspects that you have taken her away, which is why he stopped you. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Kaizasong's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean? Can the Temple of Taimo be blamed for the disappearance of someone from the Great Yu Empire? It seems like the Eastern Weaves have forgotten about our Temple of Taimo after a few years. Do they really think that the Great Eastern Alliance can suppress us?" Hua Qiao did not answer. He had naturally heard of the legends of the Temple of Taimo. Even an inner-verse powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 had been instantly killed. The Temple of Taimo had a background that surpassed the Outerverse, and it was completely different from Aegis. Kaizasong coldly said, "Get out of the way. I have urgent matters to report back to the Temple of Taimo. If I'm delayed, will your vast Earth sect be able to bear the consequences?" Hua Qiao apologized. "I'm really sorry, but please wait for a moment. Alliance Master Lu will be here shortly." Kaizasong was furious. "What a joke. My Temple of Taimo has traveled the universe and has never been stopped before. You actually dare to make us wait for that Luin? How bold of you." Hua Qiao's expression did not change and he allowed Kaizasong to yell and shout. He did not respond as he was only responsible for stopping Kaizasong's group and handing them over to Lu Yin. If there was any trouble, the Great Yu Empire would naturally take care of it. Of course, he did not intend to conduct the search that he had mentioned earlier, as Kaizasong's status did not allow him to do so. Doing so would be equivalent to slapping Bei Bei in the face. Bei Bei was one of the enlighters in the Temple of Taimo, and the vast Earth sect did not want to offend him. Kaizasong angrily questioned and tried to force Elder Hua Qiao to back off, but the elder remained indifferent. Kaizasong even wanted to attack, but in the end he did not. After all, this was the vast Earth sect and it was impossible for him to charge through on his own. "Fine, I'll wait here and see if your Alliance Master dares to search my Temple of Taimo's spacecraft. Think about the consequences." Kaizasong then turned around and returned to his spacecraft. Hua Qiao sighed as Lu Yin really was as troublesome as the rumors said. He had just provoked Aegis and now he was provoking the Temple of Taimo. The Temple of Taimo was different from Aegis, and it was not something that could be intimidated by an old smoker. Once the Temple of Taimo was provoked, they could activate a power level that could instantly kill powerhouses with power levels of 300,000, and the Great Yu Empire would be finished. Lu Yin naturally knew how terrifying the Temple of Taimo was, which was why he had ordered the vast Earth sect to intercept Kaizasong's group. He wanted to rescue Peach outside of the motor weave. Once they entered the motor weave and entered the Temple of Taimo's sphere of influence, it would be hard to say what would happen. One day later, Hua Qiao anxiously waited for Lu Yin's arrival with Aiden and the blind monk. "Alliance Master." Hua Qiao bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the arrow-shaped spacecraft that was not too far away, and his eyes narrowed as he saw quite a few rune lines. In order to search for Peach, he had directly enveloped the spacecraft with his domain. Within the spacecraft, Xianxia sensed the domain and his face turned cold. How dare you spy on my temple of Taimo? He then took out a bow from his cosmic ring and fired an arrow in Lu Yin's direction. Xianxia had a power level of 130,000 and he was a hunter. Logically speaking, his attack should not have been very strong, and it was far weaker than an infernal judge or an assassin. However, this arrow shocked Lu Yin, as it did not contain any complicated battle techniques or strange innate gifts. The arrow pierced through the void, and all of Xianxia's attacks were concentrated on the arrow. The number of rune lines in this arrow far exceeded 130,000 combat power. It was at least 180,000 combat power. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the arrow with his thunder shield. There was a thump as the arrow was destroyed, as this attack was not even qualified to make him move. Lu Yin was shocked by the arrow intent within Xianxia's arrow, but the power of the attack was not very high. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, a significant portion of the opponents that Lu Yin had faced had been enlighters, and even the weakest had been a peak hunter. Xianxia's arrow was not worthy of Lu Yin's attention, but the arrow intent was extraordinary. Xianxia had not expected his arrow to be blocked so easily. He walked out of outer space and looked around coldly. He saw Aiden and Lu Yin. Chapter 765. During the day that he had been stopped, Xianxia had read quite a bit about Lu Yin and gained some understanding of him. He had to admit that Lu Yin was a legend, but his personality was a little lawless. Although Xianxia was arrogant and looked down on the Great Eastern Alliance, he was no fool. When faced with someone who was both lawless and capable, he would restrain his temper. Xianxia forced out a smile and flew towards Lu Yin. After all, this was the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and it would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Xianxia was thinking about how he could threaten Lu Yin to not pursue the matter with Peach so that he could smoothly take her away. He thought of many things to say, and he even considered contacting his master and having his master talk to Lu Yin. However, he never expected that what awaited him would be a slap. No, 2 slaps. Lu Yin acted quickly, and just as Xianxia was about to speak with a smile on his face, Lu Yin slapped him. Xianxia was stunned, and Elder Hua Qiao and the rest were stunned as well. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. However, this was not the end, as another slap landed on Xianxia's face, causing both sides of his face to swell up. Xianxia himself was stunned, as someone had actually dared to hit him like this. Even in the face of the Innerverse's great powers, he would still be able to speak with assurance. However, at this moment his mind was completely blank. The blind monk looked at Lu Yin in shock. Hadn't His Highness done a lot of research on the Taimo Palace? How could he still dare to do this? Aiden's lips curled up as he liked Lu Yin's temper. Lu Yin moved his wrist and looked at Xianxia. Does it feel good? Xianxia sobered up, and his eyes were filled with extreme killing intent and hatred. You're courting death. He attacked Lu Yin, but Aiden grabbed him. Under the effects of his 9-line battle force, Xianxia could not even move. Aiden punched Xianxia in the stomach, causing him to bend over and vomit like a shrimp. It was an extremely miserable sight. The disciples of the Taimo Palace on the arrow-shaped spacecraft were enraged, and they all attacked. The blind monk stepped forward, and his Hunter Realm star energy swept out, causing the disciples to not dare to act rashly. The Taimo Palace was very powerful, but that did not mean that their disciples were not afraid of death. Even the Day-Night clan had been beaten into submission by Lu Yin, so there was no need to mention them. Elder Hua Qiao's face paled. Your Highness, what? Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Elder Hua Qiao from speaking, and then he looked at the blind monk. Go bring Peach out. The blind monk acknowledged and immediately entered the arrow-shaped spaceship. Xianxia glared at Lu Yin. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Great Teacher Academy. I'm a disciple of the Taimo Palace. Are you trying to scare me? Lu Yin bent over and looked down at him. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. You're crazy, Lu Yin. How dare you offend my Taimo Palace? You're dead. My master won't let you off. Your Great Yu Empire is finished and so is the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin swung his hand and slapped him again, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Many of the Temple of Tai Imo disciples on the spacecraft glared at him in anger. You kidnapped my people and now you're threatening me? I'll just assume that you're telling the truth. If I die, you'll die before me. Do you believe me? Xianxia did not dare to speak any further, as he had almost forgotten that the person in front of him was a madman who had even dared to deal with the Day-Night clan. The Innerverse Sun family had also wiped out the Enlighters from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Enlighters from the Dire Barbarian clan. Even the Innerverse powers were not afraid of this person, but this person was lawless and might actually kill him. When he thought about this, Xianxia was terrified. His hatred and resentment were replaced by endless fear. What do you want? Aiden sneered. What a piece of trash. At that moment the blind monk brought Peach out of the spacecraft. Lu Yin looked at Peach with a strange expression. She was no longer a little girl but rather a young lady. This was her original appearance. She had always maintained her appearance as a little girl in order to avoid being tracked down by the Tai Imo Palace. Peach looked at Lu Yin with an aggrieved expression, and then she burst into tears. Lu Yin was stunned, and he watched as Peach hugged him and cried like a child. He did not know what to do as this was a young lady. This girl had probably gotten used to maintaining her innocence and she could not change it. Lu Yin hurriedly comforted her and it took a while for her to calm down. Tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Your Highness, you shouldn't have come. Lu Yin was speechless. You're already crying and you're still talking about this? If I didn't come, who would avenge you? Peach's tears turned into a smile, and the two handprints on her face were especially obvious. The blind monk handed over some medicine. Peach rubbed it over her face and the handprints quickly disappeared. She looked past Lu Yin and angrily glared at Xianxia. Lu Yin pulled her over. An eye for an eye. Hit me. Xianxia looked up. Didn't you already hit me? That's because I didn't like you. This is revenge, Lu Yin said. He then turned to Peach and said, hit me however you want. Don't hold back. Peach bit her lip and two crisp slaps rang out as Xianxia was slapped twice more. Hua Qiao's heart trembled but there was nothing he could do about it. Whatever, he had already hit Xianxia. A few slaps did not make any difference. Both sides of Xianxia's face were swollen, and he glared at Lu Yin in anger and fear before glaring at Peach. Aiden slapped him once more. What are you looking at? Xianxia sullenly lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia and then returned to the spacecraft with Peach. It was just the two of them now. Alright, tell me. What happened? Peach looked at Lu Yin with an aggrieved expression. Can you not tell me? Oh. Lu Yin glared at her. Peach lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. Lu Yin helplessly replied, if you don't tell me, how can I help you? You've been in the Great Yu Empire for so many years and they still haven't given up. They won't give up in the future either. We'll go up against the Hall of Tai Imo one day. You don't want me to die without even knowing how, right? We're friends. Peach pursed her lips and her body transformed back into the petite and adorable Peach. It's still more comfortable like this. I'm used to it. Lu Yin laughed and took out a bag of snacks from his cosmic ring. Peach's eyes lit up and she hurriedly accepted it with a sweet smile. Thank you. Lu Yin shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to maintain this innocence forever. This girl had gotten used to it. After taking a bite of the snacks, Peach looked up at the sky and slowly said, according to ancient legends, the ancestors created the Hall of Tai Imo because they obtained 3 arrows from the heavens. Each arrow contains unfathomable power, and the Hall of Tai Imo's arrow intent is derived from these 3 arrows. It evolved into a divine archery battle technique that seeks to break through all techniques with a single arrow. For countless years, the Hall of Tai Imo has been researching these 3 arrows without communicating with the outside world, and their strength has been growing steadily. These 3 arrows have always been guarded by the descendants of the 3 ancestors who created the Hall of Tai Imo. Today one is in the hands of Headmaster Gong Ling, one is in the hands of Elder Bei, and the last one. She paused and looked at Lu Yin. I have it. Lu Yin was shocked. You have an arrow? Peach nodded. My master is the descendant of this arrow, so it was naturally passed down to me. It's a pity that our lineage has declined. Master Bei has been coveting our arrow for a long time, and he's doing everything he can to obtain it. If not for His Majesty Undying Yushan, I would have died 10 years ago. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder why the Hall of Taimo had not given up on it. If it had been him, he would not have given up on it either. Peach looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Your Highness, I am extremely grateful that you've come to save me. Our friendship has not been in vain, but it ends here. The Hall of Taimo's foundation is too deep and you don't understand it. Go back. This is an internal struggle of the Hall of Taimo, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin asked, is your strength related to that arrow? Peach nodded. I don't know why, but that arrow suddenly pushed my strength to the cruiser realm. However, that's all. My strength hasn't improved much over the past few years. What will happen to you if you return to the Hall of Taimo? Peach munched on her snacks and swung her legs. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to complain when the headmaster comes out of seclusion. If I'm unlucky, then there's nothing I can do. Your headmaster is in seclusion. Yes, he's been in seclusion for decades. I haven't even seen him. Can he guarantee your safety once he leaves seclusion? Peach nodded. Master said that the headmaster is fair. If he wanted to steal our arrow, he would have done so long ago. Master Bei wouldn't even have a chance. It's because the headmaster is in seclusion that he dares to make a move. Master told me to endure until the headmaster comes out. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. As long as he's in seclusion, forget a few decades, even a few centuries might be possible. If he can't endure it, then wake him up. Peach was shocked. Wake him up. Lu Yin placed a hand on her head. You're mine and I won't let anything happen to you. Let's go to the Hall of Taimo together. Peach's mouth fell open and then she was overjoyed. Really? You're willing to accompany me to the Hall of Taimo? Lu Yin smiled. Of course. You're the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Peach cheered, but then she became conflicted. Oh, it's too dangerous. The Hall of Taimo once instantly killed an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. It's too dangerous for your highness to go. Many things are dangerous. Flying through the heavens can cause one to be wiped out by the stars. This is the fate of cultivators. Don't worry, I'm confident, Lu Yin said. If things really did not work out, then he still had Mr. Mu. He wasn't even afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods. So why would he be afraid of the Hall of Taimo? He would not watch Peach die, not only because they were friends, but also because no one would want to rely on him in the future if he did not care about her. Whether it was out of friendship or other considerations, he had to save Peach as much as possible. The Hall of Taimo would not give up on that arrow, and if Peach was willing to give it up, then she would not have to suffer. In that case, he could only go to the Hall of Taimo to face it. Xiao Song had not expected Lu Yin to actually dare to go to the Hall of Taimo, and he was delighted. But then he was slapped again, this time by the blind monk. Xiao Song had the best relationship with Peach and he had wanted to slap Lu Yin for a long time. However, he had not been able to find a reason to do so until now. Xiao Song spat out a mouthful of blood and viciously glanced at Lu Yin and the others. Just wait, as long as they reached the Hall of Taimo, he would make these people suffer. Chapter 766. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to go to Taimo Temple. Since he was already in the Vast Earth Weave, he naturally had to pay a visit to the Vast Earth Sect. The first time he had heard of the Vast Earth Sect was because of Meng Yu. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Vast Earth Sect was actually the Desolate Palm. Back then he had been shocked by the Desolate Palm and thought that it could directly absorb vitality. The outside world had also heard that a single palm strike could cause all living creatures within a certain range to wither. However, as his cultivation deepened, he gradually felt that this was impossible. How could vitality be absorbed so easily? The Desolate Palm did not absorb vitality, but instead accelerated the consumption of water in a living creature's body. Of course, even if it did not absorb vitality, its power could not be underestimated. The Vast Earth Sect was the dominant power in the Vast Earth Weave, and it was established on a continent with dozens of planets floating in space. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Yin's arrival shook the Vast Earth Sect, and everyone from Sect Master Meng Tianlong to the lowest disciples all welcomed him. Lu Yin could feel the Vast Earth Sect's respect. Although the Vast Earth sect had caused him quite a bit of trouble in the past, they had not betrayed him ever since he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Vast Earth sect had withstood the threat and had not embarrassed him. Lu Yin's impression of the Vast Earth sect was quite good. The only thing he had noticed was that Meng Tianlong often stayed outside the Vast Earth sect's elder Meng Qing's seclusion room, waiting for him to emerge. Lu Yin was very concerned about this, as Meng Qing was an enlighter who had not appeared since his seclusion. Although his appearance would not affect the overall situation, and he would not be able to force the Vast Earth sect to leave the Great Eastern Alliance, he would still be able to restrict Lu Yin to a certain extent. This was the main reason why Lu Yin had come to the Vast Earth sect. He wanted to see Meng Qing's situation. The results made his heart sink as he saw Meng Qing's rune lines. The others could not see them and only Lu Yin could see them. Although those suppressed rune lines had not erupted, they were definitely the rune lines of an enlighter. Meng Qing was still alive. "Alliance Master Lu, let me show you around," Meng Tianlong said politely. This was the first time that he had met this youth, and they had only contacted each other through communications. He had never felt the shock of meeting Lu Yin in person. No wonder he could make Aegis submit and not fear the Hall of Taimo. Lu Yin smiled and nodded as he followed Meng Tianlong around the Vast Earth sect. During this time they happened to see the Vast Earth sect's disciple recruitment trial. Millions of elite cultivators from all over the Vast Earth weave had emerged from their own planets to participate in the Vast Earth sect's trial, all for the sake of joining the Vast Earth sect. Lu Yin had gone through Astral 10's entrance exam, and his identity was that of a trial taker, not a spectator. He had watched from the perspective of a spectator as millions of youths fought to the death for a spot, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. These youths were the elites of their home planets and had high hopes for them. The more outstanding ones had reached the Sentinel realm and could even fly, just like the 7 sages of Earth who were called Realm of Sky powerhouses. They were gods in the eyes of ordinary people, but that was only the beginning of cultivation. In the eyes of the Great Yu Empire, they were nothing more than roaming soldiers and cannon fodder. There were a few who cultivated using formcast models and had decent aptitudes that had attracted the praise of some of the seniors in the Vast Earth sect. However, when placed in the perspective of Vast Earth Weave, they were very ordinary. Vast Earth Weave was also very ordinary when placed in the perspective of the Outerverse, and when placed in the perspective of the entire universe, the Outerverse was even more ordinary. This was not a difference in cultivation but rather a difference in level. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin did not even know how he had gotten to this point. He had only been cultivating for 7 years. This was also why he was regarded as a legend. These brats are too ignorant and their cultivation is too shallow. They've embarrassed themselves in front of the alliance leader, Meng Tianlong said. Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw the disciples fighting to the death. Indeed, these people were indeed ignorant and thought that the Vast Earth sect was the heavens of the universe. But wasn't he the same? Most people in this universe were frogs in a well, and they did not know that they were in the fusion of 5 collapsed mainlands. There was still a 6th mainland outside, and there was also the astral wilderness. There was also a boundless and powerful civilization that might even suppress the human civilization. When he had gone to the erudite Flowzone's border, he had seen the scene of a higher civilization looking down on a lower civilization. Was he sure that they were a higher civilization? Was there a pair of eyes above his head that were constantly observing him? When he thought of this, the arrogance in Lu Yin's eyes disappeared. To look down on others, one had to first stand at the top, and he was far from standing at the top. Sect leader Meng, can I go to Taimo Temple with you? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Meng Tianlong was shocked. The alliance leader wants me to go. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Meng Tianlong. I'm paying an official visit as the Vast Earth sect's sect leader. Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position as he did not want to go. This was originally a conflict between Lu Yin and Taimo Temple, and if he went, it would be the same as dragging the Vast Earth sect into it. Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Yin continued. Sect leader Meng, the Great Eastern Alliance is paying an official visit to Taimo Temple. As one of their allies, it is only right for you to go along. If I go alone, I will not be able to keep up appearances, and people will mock my Great Eastern Alliance for not being united. Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position. Alliance leader, Taimo Temple is not like the other powers and they are not easy to get along with. Lu Yin smiled. Do you think they would dare to make a move against you or me? We're paying a visit in the name of the Great Eastern Alliance. Even when two armies are at war, envoys cannot be killed, let alone Taimo Temple, which spans across two weaves. It's settled then. We'll immediately set off for Modo Weave. He did not give Meng Tianlong a chance to retort and simply turned to leave. Modo Weave was located southwest of Vast Earth Weave, and it was separated by an asteroid belt and an uninhabited area that was not part of the weave. After passing through that uninhabited area, one would officially arrive at Modo Weave. Taimo Temple was isolated from the rest of the world and rarely interacted with the outside world. Disciples from Taimo Temple were stationed at the border of Modo Weave, and no one was allowed to enter without the Taimo Temple's permission. Xiao Zisong was a living signboard, and the moment he showed up, the spacecraft smoothly entered Modo Weave. Lu Yin had previously not been sure why Taimo Temple did not interact with the other powers, but after hearing Peach's words he could somewhat guess the reason. With those 3 arrows they did not need to learn any battle techniques from the outside world, and they had their own set of techniques. Furthermore, they were probably afraid that those 3 arrows would be exposed and attract the attention of the Innerverse's great powers. No matter how strong Taimo Temple was, they could at most rival the dire barbarian clan. Powers like the Frost Moon sect could not possibly be on par with the Day-Night clan or the Sword sect. Otherwise they would not have sent out an early hunter like Xiao Zisong, but rather an enlighter. This thought persisted until he saw Taimo Temple. Lu Yin was shocked. Perhaps the world had underestimated Taimo Temple, as the rune lines that were hidden there caused his eyes to hurt. He had experienced this feeling before in the Tempest Flow Zone, in the space of the Golden Ocean, in the Starfall Sea, and in the Sea King's Dome. Although the rune lines hidden within Taimo Temple were not as numerous as the rune lines at the Sea King's Dome, which he could not even look at, it still caused his eyes to hurt. These rune lines were not something that could be covered by someone with a power level of 300,000. They definitely exceeded 500,000. Only a powerhouse with a power level above an emissary could possess such a terrifying amount of rune lines, or even more. It was no wonder why Taimo Temple could instantly kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 with a single arrow. Lu Yin solemnly looked at the distant mountain that towered into the heavens, and he felt a sense of reverence. Peach stood beside Lu Yin with a complicated look in her eyes. I was born here and I almost died here. Lu Yin looked at Peach and saw the nostalgia in her eyes as well as a bit of fear. He placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Peach looked at Lu Yin. Your Highness, if there's any danger, just leave on your own. Don't worry about me, got it? Lu Yin laughed. Got it. Don't worry. Peach grunted in acknowledgement. Behind them, Xiao Zisong, who was still tied to a pillar, smiled proudly. Once they reached Taimo Temple, he would make these people suffer a fate worse than death. There was a loud smack as a crisp slap landed on Xiao Zisong's face. Xiao Zisong was furious and he glared at the blind monk in front of him. This bastard had slapped him multiple times along the way, more than everyone else combined. Xiao Zisong was determined to make this bastard pay the price. Stop laughing so disgustingly, Peach threatened Xiao Zisong as she turned around to glare at him. Xiao Zisong snorted and lowered his head. His eyes flickered as he tried to think of a way to kill this group of people. The spacecraft landed at the foot of Taimo Temple's mountain, and before the group could even exit, they were surrounded by numerous disciples. Countless arrows were aimed at the spacecraft, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Although most of these disciples were sentinels, there were quite a few melders and even limiters. There were also a few explorers, but Lu Yin was more concerned about the hunter rune lines hidden in the distance. There was more than one of them, which was the true danger. The blind monk grabbed Xiao Zisong by the neck and walked out of the spacecraft. Many of the Taimo Temple disciples were furious. Lu Yin led Meng Tianlong, Aiden, and Peach out. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly and he took a few steps forward. Sect leader Meng Tianlong of the Vast Earth sect has come to visit sect leader Gong Ling of Taimo Temple. Please report this. The surrounding disciples revealed murderous looks as a youth walked out. He looked quite similar to Xiao Zisong, and his face was gloomy as he stared at Meng Tianlong. Sect leader Meng, your Vast Earth sect sure has guts. Do you want to start a war with Taimo Temple? Let go of my brother. Meng Tianlong smiled. You must be one of the Golden Arrow disciples of Taimo Temple Xiaoziyu. Although I'm from the vast Earth sect, I've heard of your great name. You once traveled to the Innerverse to challenge the top 100 rankings. You're a young genius. Xiaoziyu's expression softened when he heard Meng Tianlong's praise, but his tone remained cold. Since sect leader Meng has heard of me, then you should know that I'm a disciple of Master Bei. Currently, all of Taimo Temple's affairs are handled by my master, Master Bei. What are you trying to do by kidnapping my brother? Meng Tianlong helplessly replied, Your brother kidnapped someone from the Great Eastern Alliance and blackmailed us. My vast Earth sect wanted to stop him, but we were humiliated by him. We had no choice but to resort to this. Please report to sect leader Gong that Meng Tianlong has come to visit. And if he has offended you in any way, my vast Earth sect will naturally compensate you. Nonsense. I didn't blackmail you. Xiaozi Song roared. The blind monk placed a hand on Xiaozi Song's waist, and no one knew what he was doing, but Xiaozi Song's face contorted in pain and he remained silent. Xiaoziyu glanced at Xiaozi Song and then at Meng Tianlong. Sect leader Meng, the sect leader is in seclusion and will not be seeing any guests. I will report this to master, so please release my brother first. Meng Tianlong looked at Lu Yin. Chapter 767. Lu Yin walked out and glanced at Xiaoziyu before looking in the direction of Taimo Hall. He suddenly shouted, Great Eastern Alliance leader Lu Yin requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance leader Lu Yin requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance leader Lu Yin requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. A deafening echo echoed throughout Taimo Hall, causing countless disciples to look towards the foot of the mountain. Xiaoziyu was furious. Shut up. How dare you disturb the headmaster's seclusion? Disciples, kill this person without mercy. As soon as he spoke, all of the Taimo Hall disciples drew their bows and fired a volley of arrows at Lu Yin. There was no room for negotiation. Lu Yin did not move and Aiden appeared in front of him. His thunder shield enlarged and blocked many of the arrows, especially the hunter's arrows that had been shot from the shadows. Your Highness, there's an expert, Aiden said. Aiden was referring to the two hidden hunters, but Lu Yin looked up at the sky where Enlighter rune lines had appeared. Master Bei had arrived. An Enlighter's strength was enough to crush everything. Although Master Bei's star energy was not as violent as Kai Jianxiang's, it still possessed a supreme pressure that was accompanied by a sharp aura. A giant arrow appeared in the sky and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. The arrow was so large that it was like a pillar that supported the heavens and it pressed down on the crowd. Xiaoziyu was terrified and hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin's expression changed. This Master Bei did not even care about Xiaoziyu's life and directly attacked. Did he not want Peach's arrow anymore? Xiaoziyu watched the arrow descend and shouted in fear, Run! Run! Meng Tianlong's face paled. The Taimo Hall was indeed not easy to get along with. They had not even seen the headmaster before being attacked, and an Enlighter had even attacked. Aiden growled as 9-lined battle force imprinted itself on his body. He leapt up and used his thunder shield to attack the giant arrow. With a boom, a heavy pressure descended, and the ground at the foot of the mountain caved in. Everyone felt an immense pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe, and Peach almost fainted from the impact. Above them, Aiden roared as his thunder shield continued to fall, unable to withstand the arrows. Countless disciples of the Temple of Taimo were both shocked and excited, as Bei had made his move. Just the arrows formed from star energy were already so terrifying that they could sweep through everything. Although Beifong's power level was about the same as Lord Egret's, the difference between their strengths was like heaven and earth. At the same level of power level, Beifong was definitely not weaker than a powerhouse from one of the Innerverse's great powers. Aiden's thunder shield cracked open and he could not hold on any longer. At most he could block the attacks of ordinary Enlighters from the Outerverse, but it was already strenuous for him to face Lord Egret, let alone Master Bei. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he took out a loudspeaker from his cosmic ring. Then he took out another loudspeaker and assembled them one by one. This was something that he had borrowed from Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia had used this thing to request for reinforcements from the Tower of Resonating Light. Although the request had not been successful, Lu Yin had seen how useful it could be, and he had brought it along with him this time. When he saw that Aiden was stubbornly resisting, Lu Yin had Meng Tianlong and the blind monk attack together while he shouted into the megaphone, Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master Lu Yin requests an audience with Sect Master Gong Ling. This shout startled many as it was too loud. Even with Lu Yin's current strength, it caused ripples to appear in the void that swept through the entire temple of Taimo. Everyone could hear it. In the sky, the arrows suddenly revealed their sharpness, and the thunder shield cracked open. Meng Tianlong and the blind monk attacked together, but they were suppressed at the same time. Bei Bei was furious and he wanted to finish everyone off. Lu Yin shouted again, and this time many people from the temple of Taimo jumped in fright. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out as Aiden and the other 2 were smashed into the ground. In the sky, the arrows suddenly shrank and shot towards Lu Yin. Peach's face went pale. Be careful, Your Highness. Lu Yin's brows rose and he donned his universal armor. A gauntlet appeared on his right arm and he clenched his fist. Battle force imprinted on it and 3 grains of fates and moved around. He raised his head and retracted his right arm as he stared at the arrows. In the distance, countless disciples of the Temple of Taimo watched in astonishment. This person couldn't be thinking of taking Bei Bei's arrow head-on, right? Was he crazy? He was just an explorer. As he watched the arrows descend, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he punched out. The gauntlet glowed and layers of ripples shook the void. The void then collapsed as an enormous force broke free from everyone's line of sight and slammed into the arrows. Lu Yin had upgraded the gauntlet 7 times, and it could now withstand the physical strength of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. His physical strength had already surpassed that of a peak hunter, and with the gauntlet's double support, his physical strength had surpassed that of a hunter and reached the level of an enlighter. His punch, coupled with his universal armor, shattered the arrows under everyone's incredulous gazes. The entire ground sank and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had been suppressing this punch for a long time, and he had wanted to use it when Xianxia had been ambushed by the assassins. However, its destructive power had been too great, and a single punch had wiped out both the assassins and Xianxia. At this moment, Lu Yin had finally unleashed his full strength. His violent strength was enough to cause a planet to collapse, but it could not cause too much damage to this place. After all, this was the Temple of Taimo. Dust filled the air as everyone stared in shock. That explorer had actually shattered Master Bei's arrow with a single punch. It was too inconceivable. Aiden and the others were shocked as well, as Lu Yin's explosive physical strength was too abnormal. How could an explorer withstand such strength? His physical body should not have been able to withstand it. Xiao Ziyu and the others did not know how to describe what had just happened. Lu Yin was like a berserk beast. Up in the sky, Master Bei was astonished, but then an even more terrifying killing intent condensed. This kid could not be left alive, and he was about to attack when a youth flew over from the distance. He faced Master Bei and respectfully said, "The sect leader requests the elder's presence." Master Bei's eyes flashed. "The sect leader has come out of seclusion?" The youth replied, "Yes, he just came out." Master Bei angrily replied, "It must be that group of people down there who disturbed his cultivation. Once I've dealt with them, I'll go to the main hall to meet with him." The youth replied, "The sect leader has also invited them to the main hall. Elder, please go ahead." Master Bei was unwilling to give up and he glanced at Lu Yin and the others. His gaze lingered on Peach for a moment before he helplessly said, "All right, I'll go now." He then disappeared. The youth watched Master Bei leave with a look of disdain before descending. When the dust settled, Lu Yin flew out of the underground crater and clenched his right fist. Although he had blocked that arrow, his body had not been able to withstand the power of the double explosion, and his muscles had been torn apart. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Peach hurriedly ran over and asked with concern. Lu Yin shook his head and looked up at the sky. Master Bei's rune lines had disappeared, and in their place was a young explorer. Aiden and the others gathered around. The youth descended from the sky and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "You must be the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin." "I'm Gong Cho." Lu Yin nodded as this name sounded familiar. Gong Cho greeted Lu Yin and then looked at Peach with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, little Peach. I've caused you to suffer. Peach stared blankly at Gong Cho with a complicated expression. She did not feel the hatred that she had felt for Xiaoziyu, but she also did not feel close to him. Gong Cho sighed and looked at Peach. Father has been in seclusion for decades. Back then I went to the Innerverse to travel and was unable to protect you. I'm sorry. Peach lowered her head and did not reply. Lu Yin looked at Gong Cho. You know Peach. Gong Cho nodded. A family friend. I even carried her when she was born. Xiaoziyu should be a family friend as well, right? Lu Yin asked. Gong Cho nodded. Master Bei is a scheming person and his methods are vicious. It's our fault that we were unable to protect little Peach. But don't worry, Father has already left seclusion, and he will not allow Master Bei to run amok. He then looked at Peach. Come with me to see Father. He hasn't seen you yet. Peach's eyes reddened and she silently nodded. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that Gong Cho was ranked 74th on the top 100 rankings. It was no wonder why this name sounded so familiar. This person was the son of Gong Ling, the head of the Taimo Palace and a true powerhouse. There were only a few people in the Outerverse younger generation who could enter the top 100 rankings, and the most dazzling of them all was undoubtedly Moore, a counselor from West Sandios who had been born in the Outerverse. It was said that his birth had been accompanied by the deaths of billions of people, and he was an inauspicious person. After him was Puyu, who was ranked 13th, and then there was Tyler Phineas of the Dark Phoenix clan who was ranked 14th. These three people were placed together and Gong Cho had also entered the top 100 rankings. Everyone please follow me. Father is waiting for you in the main hall, Gong Cho said courteously. Lu Yin nodded and the group followed Gong Cho to the main hall. As for Xiaoziyu, he was still being held captive by the blind monk. Gong Cho did not care about him since he was a witness. At this moment, Master Bei appeared in the main hall of the Taimo Palace. He immediately saw someone with his back to him and looking at a painting hanging in the main hall. There were 3 arrows on the painting and although they looked ordinary, they were the ones that had created the current Taimo Palace. Master Bei entered the main hall and approached the person. Senior, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. The person turned around. It was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and bright eyes. He looked very kind and he even had a smile on his face. This was Gong Ling, the head of the Taimo Palace. I wanted to continue slacking off but I was woken up. Hee. Master Bei replied, My apologies, Senior, for disturbing your seclusion. Gong Ling waved a hand. It's fine. Sit, Junior. Master Bei nodded and sat to Gong Ling's side. Gong Ling sighed. You've been in seclusion for decades. The outside world must have changed a lot. Master Bei told Gong Ling about the innerverse and outerverse separation as well as many other things. The only thing he did not mention was Peach. Gong Ling was rather emotional when he heard everything. I never thought that the situation in the universe would change so quickly. Right, the brat who woke me up said that he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. What's up with this Great Eastern Alliance? Master Bei's tone was gloomy as he answered. Speaking of the Great Eastern Alliance, there's only one person. Lu Yin. He's a legend. He established the Great Eastern Alliance in a vain attempt to unify the Eastern Weaves, and he's created endless massacres and incited disputes between the various great powers. He's even made an enemy of the 4 major corporations. He's extremely ambitious and his methods are ruthless. Chapter 768. After listening to Master Bei's words, Gong Ling sighed in amazement. There's actually such a powerful youth. I really want to meet him. No wonder he had the guts to barge into our Taimo Palace. Master Bei's eyes flickered. Ever since this kid established the Great Eastern Alliance, more than 1 million people have died in vain. This scourge should be eliminated. Gong Ling smiled and took a sip of tea but he did not respond. Instead he asked, Right, I heard from Gong Cho that there's only one little Peach left. Where's she? How's she doing? Master Bei laughed dryly. She'll be here soon. Senior brother, you'll be able to meet her soon. Gong Ling sighed. She went into seclusion for a few decades and by the time she came out her old friend was already gone. Little Peach hee. She really does sound like a good name. The Taimo Palace was a rather simple sect. Aside from the space station outside the mountain gate that could receive spacecraft, everyone else had to walk through the mountain gate, and there wasn't even a teleportation device. Fortunately, the group was fast, or else a normal person would not have been able to reach the main palace in 10 years. Brother Gong, what's that place? Lu Yin pointed to a place as they made their way to the main palace. Gong Cho replied, that's Arrow Mountain. Our weapons are bows and arrows, and we've been searching for rare treasures to create arrows for countless years. We store them in Arrow Mountain, and disciples with contributions can go there to exchange for them. Your Highness, the arrows in Arrow Mountain are all made from rare treasures, and even the worst ones are more precious than the arrows we normally see. They're worth a lot, Peach whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. He had noticed the Arrow Mountain not because of the arrows, but because of the abnormally boundless rune lines there. The reason why the Taimal Palace had such a terrifying number of rune lines was mostly due to the Arrow Mountain. Could it have been drawn out by the arrows? That was impossible. No matter how precious a weapon was, it could not have such a large number of rune lines. Peach had only mastered one arrow, and it had been passed down from ancient times. Lu Yin had never seen such a terrifying number of rune lines on her body before. The Arrow Mountain is heavily guarded, right? Lu Yin casually asked. Gong Cho smiled. There aren't any guards. There's only an ancestor who oversees the mountain all year round. Ancestor? Is he also an enlighter? Lu Yin was curious. Gong Cho smiled. Perhaps. We rarely get to see him. Rumor has it that when the Temple of Tai Mo killed an inner-verse powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 with a single arrow, it must have been this ancestor, right? Meng Tianlong asked. Gong Cho nodded. That's right. The patriarch rarely makes a move, but as long as he does, there's no trouble that he can't solve. This sentence was very arrogant, but no one could refute it. Everyone knew how powerful a powerhouse with a combat power of 300,000 and above was. Just now, Master Bei had almost suffocated them, let alone the elites with 300,000 combat power. The one that left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was Northgate Taisui, and the other was an elder from the Yu family of the Seven Courts. As for the Sea King Mr. Mu He Wuxian and the others, Lu Yin had no idea how strong they were. A power level of 500,000. He wondered when he would be able to reach that level. Soon the group arrived at the Tai Mo Temple's main hall. The main hall was grand and imposing, but Lu Yin was not that surprised as he had seen the Sea King's dome before. The rune lines within the hall were boundless, and there were two enlighter rune lines. One belonged to Master Bei, who had just taken action, while the other belonged to Gong Ling, the head of the Tai Mo Temple. In the outer verse, any organization with an enlighter would be able to move unhindered. Frostwave Weave, Northcastle Weave, and many other weaves did not even have a single enlighter. However, the Tai Mo Temple had 3 enlighters and an unfathomable ancestor. This was the foundation of a great organization that the Innerverse feared. This time, Lu Yin was paying a visit as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, along with Meng Tianlong, the vast Earth sect master, so it was more formal. However, the moment they stepped into the main hall, Gong Ling ignored them and only stared at Peach. Peach also saw Gong Ling and her eyes reddened. Gong Ling's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin's group, and he looked at Peach with an apologetic gaze. He reached out and stroked her hair. I've made you suffer, child. Peach felt wronged, but she did not cry like she had in front of Lu Yin. However, her expression made others feel even more sorry for her. Gong Ling looked at Gong Cho and sternly asked, "Who were the disciples that tried to kill Peach? Have you found out who they were?" Gong Cho solemnly replied, "I've already found out, but Master Gong Cho did not allow us to touch them." Gong Ling looked at Master Bei with a cold gaze. Master Bei stood up and said, "There might have been a misunderstanding back then. I understand those disciples and they are not evil by nature. Maybe Gong Ling raised a hand to interrupt Master Bei and stared at Gong Cho. Regardless of the reason, capture all those who tried to harm Peach and throw them to Arrow Mountain as slaves. Everything belonging to Peach's bloodline will be returned to their rightful owners, and anything that is lacking will be compensated by their seniors." "Yes, sir," Gong Cho replied. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. He was an enlighter, but he had been forcefully interrupted. Furthermore, the sir's words were clearly meant for him to hear. "Sir, how should we deal with Shea Zisong?" Gong Cho asked. Master Bei looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling's gaze turned cold. Throw him to Arrow Mountain as a slave for 10 years. No one is allowed to plead on his behalf. Yes. Shizong's face turned ashen and he looked at Master Bei for help. Being a slave at Arrow Mountain was not life-threatening, but with such an experience, how would he be able to convince the others in the future? How would he be able to compete for the position of sect master in the future? Master Bei really wanted to plead for leniency, but when he saw Gong Ling's icy glare, he decided not to say anything. Lu Yin watched the master of Tama Palace display his might, but his expression remained calm. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly. He was still the vast Earth sect master, but he had been ignored. Little Peach, are you all right? Come, let Uncle Master take a look. Gong Ling coaxed Peach, his tone gentle and apologetic. Peach shook her head. I'm fine. This disciple has always been living in the Great Yu Empire, and it was all thanks to your highness that I was saved. Only then did Gong Ling notice Lu Yin and the others. He looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Are you the one who woke me up? Lu Yin respectfully replied, I had no choice but to disturb Senior's seclusion. I hope that Senior will forgive me. Gong Ling smiled. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You're very smart and you're very bold. No wonder you were able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Even Sect Master Meng has been roped in by you. He then looked towards Meng Tianlong. Meng Tianlong forced a smile. Long time no see, Master Gong. Gong Ling nodded. You've grown up in the blink of an eye. I even drank with your grandfather in the past. Meng Tianlong choked on his words. How was he supposed to respond? His grandfather's generation had been brought up. Lu Yin looked at Meng Tianlong sympathetically. This vast Earth sect master had not had much of a presence since the beginning. Not only had he been ignored by the Tama Palace, but he had also been treated as a junior in front of the sect master. It was no wonder that he had been willing to follow along. Everyone, please take a seat. Gong Ling invited everyone to take a seat. Master Bei said, Senior brother, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Gong Ling grunted and did not ask him to stay. Before Master Bei left, he looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. They were guests from afar, but Gong Ling did not seem to care about them. Perhaps he did not even place Lu Yin and Meng Tianlong in his eyes, as he only cared about talking to Peach. Peach was very honest and she told him everything about her life in the Great Yu Empire over the past few years. The two of them talked for more than half an hour. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and he simply watched them talk. Finally, Gong Ling shifted his attention back to Lu Yin and Meng Tianlong. Alliance Master Lu, Sect Master Meng, I'm sorry for the neglect, Gong Ling said with a smile. Meng Tianlong hurriedly said a few polite words. Gong Ling looked at Lu Yin. Little Peach has caused trouble for the Great Yu Empire over the past few years, and she has also saved our lives. My Tama Palace will definitely repay her generously. You can go to the Arrow Mountain and pick 5 arrows to take with you. Lu Yin's brows rose. Only 5? 7th bro, this old man is too stingy. 5 arrows? You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, the monkey said. After Lu Yin left, Aiden's expression turned ugly. They had been looked down upon ever since they had arrived at the Tama Palace, and now they wanted to chase them away with just 5 arrows. They were looking down on them too much. After all, this was just a sect from the outerverse. Peach kept giving Lu Yin meaningful looks, and her eyes were almost squeezed together. Gong Ling found it funny. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Then I'll have to thank Headmaster Gong. I'm ashamed to accept it. Gong Ling smiled. Very straightforward. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact my Tama Palace. We'll definitely help if we can. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Headmaster Gong. The group chatted for a long time, but it was mainly Gong Ling who dragged Peach along to chat. Lu Yin was bored, so he asked Gong Cho to show him around the Tama Palace. Meng Tianlong hurriedly followed along and Gong Ling did not mind. That night, Lu Yin's group stayed at the Tama Palace and no one came looking for trouble. Elsewhere, Gong Cho gave Gong Ling a detailed explanation of the Great Eastern Alliance, as Gong Ling would not listen to Bei Bei's instigation. However, there were many places in the outerverse that had mixed opinions about Lu Yin. Gong Ling looked at the various news articles online and found them rather interesting. The 4 major corporations have always been in hiding, and the separation of the innerverse and outerverse has caused Aegis's ambitions to grow. They've become more and more tyrannical and they'll suffer losses sooner or later. However, I never expected that they would be defeated by this junior. Although Aegis hasn't been around for long, they still have a strong foundation. They also have the second management level's huge network, but they still lost. This junior has some ability, Gong Ling sighed as he looked at the screen in front of him. The screen showed a picture of the attack on Xenu Star. Gong Cho said, Lu Yin was able to challenge the experts on the top 100 rankings when he was just a Limiter. He once defeated Zhe Lin from the Divine Grade Hall at Planet P, and he's unequaled among Limiters. After breaking through to the Explorer realm, he can even join the Hunters without any external items. He has the power to rival the top of the top 100 rankings. He's a genius, and if he uses external items he can even join the Enlighters. Gong Ling sighed. He's not just a genius. He's a true freak, and he's only been cultivating for 7 years. Gong Cho was ashamed. Compared to him, everyone else pales in comparison. Gong Ling smiled. If it was just his cultivation talent, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, this kid has an ambition that ordinary cultivators cannot imagine, and he also has methods that match his ambition. This is what's most noteworthy. The establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance is enough to show that this kid has extraordinary courage, and his future is limitless. Does father think highly of him? Gong Cho asked. Gong Ling fell into deep thought and did not answer. Chapter 769. The next day, Lu Yin was summoned by Gong Ling alone. Alliance Master Lu, I was negligent yesterday, Gong Ling said politely. Lu Yin replied respectfully, Senior, what are you saying? Gong Ling sized him up. Alliance Leader Lu, you're not even 30 this year, right? Lu Yin nodded. Young and promising. When I was Alliance Head Lu's age, I still wanted to compete for the top 100 rankings, but I couldn't. Alliance Head Lu, you've already achieved so much. Give Alliance Head Lu another 10 years and perhaps the entire Eastern Weave will belong to you. Gong Ling smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, you flatter me. Actually, I don't have much ability. It's mainly because of the help of my friends and the threats from the outside world that we're in our current situation. Gong Ling was curious. External threats? Alliance Master Lu, are you talking about the Astral Beast domain? Lu Yin looked at Gong Ling. I wonder if Sect Master has heard of the 6th mainland? Gong Ling's expression changed and he blurted out, How did you know? I'm more curious as to how the headmaster found out. The 6th mainland's secret had long since been covered up by the Hall of Honor, and even many powers in the Innerverse did not know about it. Lu Yin had only asked Gong Ling to test the waters. After all, the number of rune lines that the Temple of Taiyamo had concealed was terrifying. Even if Gong Ling did not know about it, Lu Yin could have easily evaded the question. However, Gong Ling actually knew about it, which made Lu Yin even more fearful of the Temple of Taiyamo. Gong Ling and Lu Yin looked at each other, trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's gaze was too deep. He had experienced too many things, so he couldn't discern anything. Alliance Lord Lu, let's get straight to the point. The ancient books of my Hall of Taiyamo have recorded the 6th mainland. After all, our sect has been around for a long time, and we know some secrets about the ancient war. But Alliance Lord Lu, you're so young. How did you learn about the existence of the 6th mainland? Gong Ling asked. Lu Yin smiled and said, The Hall of Honor. Gong Ling frowned. So you're saying that the rumors outside aren't false? Alliance Master Lu has long since obtained the Hall of Honor's support? The 6th mainland is a threat and everyone knows about the war in Ironblood Weave. Elder Lohar once said that the Astral Beast domain was forced to retreat because of the 6th mainland's attack. However, the Astral Beast domain alone might not be able to stop the 6th mainland, which is why the Outerverse needs to consolidate its strength. The scattered Outerverse is too weak. Gong Ling agreed. The Outerverse isn't that bad, but it's just too scattered. Lu Yin looked at Gong Ling. Since Senior agrees with this junior's idea, why don't you join the Great Eastern Alliance and prepare to resist future threats? The other weaves might not be aware of the 6th mainland's threat, but Senior should be very clear about it. You should know that the scattered Outerverse will not be able to stop the 6th mainland. Gong Ling smiled. The 6th mainland's threat is just your side of the story. I can't possibly throw away the traditions of the Hall of Taiyamo just because of a few words from you. Senior, are you talking about a closed tradition? Lu Yin asked. Gongling smiled. Alliance leader Lu saved Little Peach and the Hall of Taiyamo is very grateful. The 5 arrows are a gift from the Hall of Taiyamo and I, Gongling, have a gift of my own. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. He could use force against the other weaves, but he did not have the ability to do so against the Hall of Taiyamo. This was especially true when Gongling even knew about the 6th mainland, which made Lu Yin feel even more uncertain. The Hall of Taiyamo might be hiding more than what they were seeing. Senior, the Hall of Taiyamo has an extremely high reputation in the Outerverse. Once we join the Great Eastern Alliance, we will definitely be able to bring in a bunch of other powers who are watching from the sidelines. Alliance leader Lu controls the Great Yu Empire. If I asked you to merge the Great Yu Empire and the entire Great Eastern Alliance into the Hall of Taiyamo to resist the 6th mainland's attack, would Alliance leader Lu agree without hesitation? Gongling asked with a smile. Lu Yin was taken aback, but he then resolutely replied, if we were truly faced with a desperate situation and had to do so, then I would not hesitate. That's right. You also said that we would have to face a desperate situation. The Outerverse is currently peaceful, so how could there be a desperate situation? I know about the 6th mainland, but the others in the Hall of Taiyamo do not. How do you want me to convince them to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Besides, even if they did join the Great Eastern Alliance, what benefits would they bring to the Hall of Taiyamo? What the Hall of Taiyamo needs can be obtained from the Modo Weave and Myriad Veil Weave. There is no need for the other weaves to support them, Gongling explained. Lu Yin fell silent. Gongling smiled, but he did not say anything. He sipped his tea and looked at Lu Yin with interest. This kid actually wanted to rope in the Hall of Taiyamo with just a few words? He was too naive. However, this kid even knew about the 6th mainland's secrets. The Hall of Honor really thought highly of him. Unfortunately, the weaves that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance had only done so because of Lu Yin's threats. The Hall of Taiyamo was not something that Lu Yin could threaten. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and even the Hall of Honor could not threaten the Hall of Taiyamo. Lu Yin tapped the tea table with a single finger and looked up at Gongling Sr. The most important thing for the Hall of Taiyamo is the bow and arrow, right? Gongling nodded. That's right. My Hall of Taiyamo originally occupied Myriad Veil Weave because it produced many minerals that the Modo Weave does not have. It's very suitable for forging bows. Lu Yin's lips curled up. If this junior can forge bows that are even better than the Hall of Taimo's, and in batches at that, would Senior be willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance and cooperate with this junior? Gongling was shocked. Better bows than my Hall of Taimo's? Alliance Master Lu, you're underestimating my Hall of Taiyamo too much. That's right, since you haven't been to Arrow Mountain, I'll agree to give you 5 arrows. I'll take you to pick them out now. He then stood up. Lu Yin asked, Senior, are you afraid? Gongling laughed. Alliance Master Lu, my Hall of Taimo's bow and arrow forging history is even longer than the Great Yu Empire's founding history. I'm saving you some face and don't want to embarrass you, so please don't pester me any further. How about this? Let's use the 5 arrows that Senior gave me as a wager. If this junior can improve those 5 arrows by another grade, then that should be enough to prove my abilities, right? Lu Yin asked. Gongling sighed. Since Alliance Master Lu is so persistent, then fine. Out of respect for Little Peach, I'll give you 20 weaves. If your Great Eastern Alliance can gather 20 weaves, then my Hall of Taiyamo will join. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Really? Gongling nodded and smiled. Of course. Looks like Alliance Master Lu is very confident. Let me remind you that the entire Eastern weaves don't even have 20 weaves. Lu Yin knew that he had to subtract the Modo Weave and Myriad Veil Weave, which meant that he would have to make a move on one of the weaves. No matter what, this is an opportunity. Senior, let's agree on 20 weaves, Lu Yin said firmly. Gongling nodded. All right. Although it was 20 weaves from Lu Yin's perspective, the most important thing for the Hall of Taiyamo was the bow. If he could really forge a bow that was even more powerful than the Hall of Taimo's, then he would definitely be able to change the Hall of Taimo's opinion of him. The Arrow Mountain was the core area of the entire Hall of Taiyamo, and it occupied a considerable area. Numerous long arrows were embedded in the dark red soil and emitted a sharp aura. From time to time, illusory arrows would streak across the sky, but no one knew where they came from. Under Gong Chao's lead, Lu Yin brought Peach, Aiden, the blind monk, and Meng Tianlong to the Arrow Mountain. When he saw the rune lines that filled the sky, he was amazed. The Hall of Tai Imo truly lived up to its name. Every arrow here had been forged using rare ores and various other rare treasures. Even a normal person would be shocked if they could shoot an arrow here. No one noticed that when they approached the Arrow Mountain, all of the arrows on the mountain trembled imperceptibly, and a pair of turbid eyes opened in the depths of the darkness. Aiden sighed when he saw the Arrow Mountain. There's actually a power in the Outerverse that can forge so many powerful arrows. Amazing. Meng Tianlong's eyes were filled with apprehension. This was the Hall of Taimo. If the disciples who had surrounded them had all been armed with arrows from this place, then they would have been in deep trouble. Some of the arrows even had unique effects. Gong Cho was pleased with himself. When it came to arrows, the Hall of Taimo would not submit to anyone, and the Arrow Mountain was their pride. Peach looked at the Arrow Mountain with nostalgia, and then she tugged at Lu Yin and whispered, "Let's go inside. The periphery isn't that good." Lu Yin nodded and led Peach inside. Gong Chao's mouth twitched as he felt like a daughter who had been married off was like spilled water. On the Arrow Mountain, every arrow was separated by at least 1,000 meters, and some were even separated by thousands or tens of thousands of meters. From Lu Yin's point of view, some of the rune lines emanated by the arrows were directed towards the sky, while others were directed in all directions. There were even some arrows that were directed towards the ground. Lu Yin did not choose his arrows blindly, but rather based on the number of rune lines. Right now he was conflicted about one thing. If he chose an arrow that was too good, would the Hall of Taimo be unhappy? There was a whoosh, and not too far away an arrow trembled. A phantom image tore through the void and the entire arrow vanished along with it. "This arrow chooses its own master," Gong Cho said. Lu Yin was shocked. "It's that advanced?" Gong Cho smiled. "Everyone in the Hall of Taimo knows how to forge, and that process is also the time to comprehend arrow intent. Cultivation is passed down from generation to generation, and some arrows are fused with certain arrow intents. Those who comprehend the same arrow intent can easily choose their own master." Lu Yin understood. This meant that when a master created an arrow and left it at the Arrow Mountain, a disciple would arrive and comprehend an arrow intent similar to the one who had created it and would choose its own master. This meant that the disciple would also be able to choose the arrow that was most suitable for them. This was the difference in their foundations. There were so many arrows on the Arrow Mountain, and they represented the generations of disciples of the Hall of Taimo. The group continued to walk deeper into the Arrow Mountain, and along the way they encountered quite a few disciples wandering around. They seemed to be searching for the arrows that they wanted, and they also saw quite a few people in ragged clothes walking around numbly. These people were the slaves of the Arrow Mountain, and they were waiting to be summoned by the person who had forged the arrows so that they could help. "Brother Gong, what if a disciple accidentally obtains a powerful arrow?" Lu Yin asked. Gong Cho replied, "That depends on whether or not they have the ability to obtain it." Coincidentally, a disciple from the Hall of Taimo screamed in the distance. His hands were charred and it was obvious that they had been burned. In front of him was an arrow that was completely red, and the temperature was so high that it seemed to distort the void. Peach's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, that arrow is not bad." Lu Yin curiously walked over. Chapter 770. The disciple was unwilling to give up, and when he saw Lu Yin's group walking over, he thought that they were going to snatch it from him. He grabbed the arrow without hesitation, but this time not only did his hands lose, but even his hair was burned off by the high temperature. Peach laughed. The disciple snorted and stood up, looking at Lu Yin provocatively as if he wanted to see him make a fool out of himself. Gong Cho smiled and shook his head. With Lu Yin's strength he could easily pick up the arrow. Suddenly, the fiery red arrow trembled and flew into the distance, landing in someone's hand. Everyone looked over and was surprised to see that it was someone familiar. It was Xiao Ziyu. He looked at Lu Yin's group proudly and casually played with the arrow in his hand. "My apologies, everyone, but the divine arrow chose its owner first." Gong Cho did not reply. Peach was furious. Lucky bastard. Xiaoziyu sneered. I heard that the sect master allowed you to pick 5 arrows. I advise you to pick them at the foot of the mountain, or you might not be able to take them away. You dare threaten us? Peach was furious. Gong Cho stepped forward and sternly said, Watch your attitude, Xiaoziyu. These are the sect master's honored guests. Xiaoziyu sneered and continued to play with the arrow as he looked at Lu Yin in a provocative manner. Lu Yin had not been interested in that arrow, and he had only come to take a look out of curiosity. There were so many arrows in Arrow Mountain, and that arrow was not even worth mentioning. He looked deeper into Arrow Mountain and slowly walked forward. Xiaoziyu followed him, still playing with the arrow in his hand. He was prepared to mock Lu Yin if he picked a bad one. These people had caused his brother to be sent to Arrow Mountain as a slave, and even if he could not take revenge, he had to find a way to vent his anger. Not only that, but he had also sent a group of disciples over to watch Lu Yin make a fool of himself. Only people like them who had played with bows and arrows all year round would know how to choose. The arrows that looked more powerful might not actually be that good. Even if they could not deal with this person, they would at least disgust him to death. That guy is so annoying, Peach said hatefully. She had been hunted down by Xiao Zisong in the past, and now it was this Xiao Ziyu. Gong Cho was helpless. He's the disciple of Master Gong Cho, and his faction has a very high position in Taimal Palace. Of course, Lu Yin knew that one of the 3 arrows was in Master Bei's hands. Not only was his position high, but it was also unshakable. The group walked towards the depths of Arrow Mountain without anyone noticing. A pair of eyes stared at the group before finally landing on Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin paused and looked around. He had felt a chill run down his spine, and he had experienced this feeling more than once. It was the feeling of being watched by a superpower house. Could it be that ancestor Arrow Mountain? Lu Yin looked around seriously. That ancestor Arrow Mountain's rune lines filled Arrow Mountain, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. You're just putting on an act. Do you really think you can pick a good arrow? Xiaoziyu sneered at Lu Yin. The disciples behind him cheered. Peach's face turned red. Gong Cho frowned. These people were really annoying. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoziyu. Are you saying that I can't pick a good arrow? Nonsense. Xiaoziyu sneered. Lu Yin smiled. All of the arrows on Arrow Mountain came from your Taimo Palace, and they were all forged by you. Tell me which one is worse. Xiaoziyu was rendered speechless by her words. Did he dare to say which one was worse? Wouldn't that offend Lu Yin? Peach shouted, That's right. Tell me which one is worse. Gong Cho looked on in amusement as Xiaoziyu was reaping what he sowed. Xiaoziyu sneered, Brat, you have a sharp tongue. The headmaster gave you 5 arrows. Let's see what you can pick. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and sighed. Your headmaster gave me 5 arrows out of gratitude for taking care of Peach. I didn't plan on picking them since taking care of Peach is my duty. But since you've said so, I'll have to pick one. Perhaps I can pick a good one. Xiaoziyu sneered, and a tall girl behind him sneered, You think you can do it? Don't be all talk and no action. That's right. Pick one and try. The disciples cheered and many more came over. Peach tugged at Lu Yin's sleeve. Your Highness, do you know how to pick? How about I ask the headmaster for help? Lu Yin patted Peach's head and then casually walked over to a boulder. There was a seemingly ordinary arrow stuck in it, and it was completely different from the other arrows that had even caused abnormal phenomena. It looked like a scrap of material. Lu Yin squatted down and easily picked up the arrow. I'll take this. When he saw Lu Yin pick up the arrow, Xiaoziyu laughed loudly, and the disciples behind him also roared with laughter as they mocked Lu Yin. Peach stomped her foot anxiously. Aiden and the other 2 were very calm as they understood Lu Yin well. How could they allow these people to laugh at them? Gong Cho was puzzled as he could not see anything special about the arrow. This person was truly unfathomable. Lu Yin smiled and twirled the arrow in his hand. He looked at Xiaoziyu with a teasing smile. Do you believe that even if I sold all of you, you still wouldn't be worth the price of this arrow? Xiaoziyu laughed. As expected of the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Your words are so magnanimous. You must have trained your ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse from those weaves that you oppressed. Meng Tianlong's face immediately sank. Shut up, vile creature. He shouted, causing the sky to tremble. Everyone looked up and saw that Master Bei had appeared at some point. His face was gloomy as he stared at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. Boulder arrow. It's indestructible and can withstand a power level of 300,000. It's one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. Master Bei's words shocked everyone, including Aiden and the others. They had not expected Lu Yin to obtain one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. They knew that Lu Yin would not allow himself to be mocked, but this counterattack was too fierce. Xiaoziyu was stunned. How was this possible? He had entered and exited Arrow Mountain many times and he had seen this arrow many times. He had never thought that it would be one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. The disciples from Taiyamo Palace were similarly stunned, and they all looked at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand with heated gazes. Peach was overjoyed and skipped over to Lu Yin. She took the boulder arrow and exclaimed, "This is one of the best arrows? Is this for real? That old guy couldn't have seen it wrongly, right?" Master Bei did not care about Peach's rudeness and he stared at Lu Yin. "Junior, how did you find it?" He did not believe that Lu Yin had such a deep understanding of arrows that he could find the boulder arrow with just a glance. It must have been Headmaster Gongling who had told him. Lu Yin shrugged and pointed at Xiaoziyu. "He told me." Master Bei glared at Xiaoziyu. Xiaoziyu was stunned. When did I tell you? Don't spout nonsense, you'll kill me." To Taiyamo Palace, arrows were more important than anything else, and the arrows on Arrow Mountain were even more so. They were equivalent to the inherited techniques of various great families. Now that the best arrow had been taken by an outsider, Xiaoziyu was dead meat. Even if he was Master Bei's disciple, no one would be able to save him. Master Bei stared at Lu Yin again. He naturally did not believe that his disciple had told this person. His disciple was not crazy, and if he had known the value of this boulder arrow he would have taken it away long ago. Lu Yin said, "I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but I was angered by you and randomly picked one. I was pretty lucky and picked the best one." Xiaoziyu's face twitched. Master Bei narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiaoziyu coldly. "You can't accomplish anything but you're good at ruining things." There was no need to guess. Xiaoziyu knew that he was in big trouble. He had only wanted to mock Lu Yin, but who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually take the boulder arrow? He was doomed. Lu Yin put away the boulder arrow and looked around. "How infuriating. You think I don't know anything about archery? Fine, I'll take this seriously." He then walked deeper into Arrow Mountain and the rest hurriedly followed. Xiaoziyu's eyes were vicious. He had just been lucky. Master Bei did not leave and his gaze remained on Lu Yin. He wanted to see just how many good arrows Headmaster Gongling had told Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked around leisurely, but after a short while he stopped and looked to his right. There was an arrow that had frozen the void and it seemed to be very good. Many people could feel the cold aura emanating from it. This arrow was imbued with cold energy. Lu Yin walked over. Xiaoziyu's eyes narrowed and he gave a look to someone behind him. That person rushed over and pressed a hand on the cold arrow before Lu Yin could. That person had clearly used an ice-related battle technique, and he successfully took the arrow away. Xiaoziyu was pleased with himself. Master Bei's expression improved significantly. Peach was furious. "Your Highness, why are you walking so slowly?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Peach pointed at Xiaoziyu. "Those people took the arrow away. It's annoying." Lu Yin asked, "What arrow?" "Oh, you mean the arrow that emitted cold energy? What does it have to do with me? I didn't even plan on taking that arrow." He then walked over to where the arrow had been and squatted down with a bright smile on his face. In the sky, Master Bei's eyes narrowed. "Junior, don't move." Lu Yin did not listen to him and he grabbed the shadow. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. The arrow had clearly been taken away, but the shadow was still there. What was going on? Unless it wasn't a shadow but rather an arrow. Their guess was correct as Lu Yin grabbed the black shadow arrow and caused it to distort. The world went dark and everyone was temporarily blinded. Then they felt as if they had been sucked into a spatial black hole, as if they had been swallowed. The blindness only lasted for a moment, and when they opened their eyes again, they were stunned to see the distorted arrow in Lu Yin's hand. Even an idiot would know that this was no ordinary arrow. Lu Yin sneered, "You're still trying to run? Show me your true form." The shadow arrow in his hand suddenly split into 2, one black and one white. Two identical arrows appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoziyu was stunned. What the hell was this? In the sky, Master Bei suddenly reached out to grab Lu Yin. Junior put down the arrow. Suddenly, another force appeared and pushed Master Bei back. Gong Ling's sect master appeared with a gloomy expression. Master Bei anxiously asked, "Senior brother, why did you stop me?" Chapter 771. Gong Ling stared at Master Bei. "I promised to give him 5 arrows for him to choose from. Since he's already chosen, he can't go back on his word. Do you want my Taiyamo Hall to become a joke?" But Master Bei was unwilling to accept this. Gong Ling looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, good move. Everyone has underestimated you." Lu Yin put away the black and white arrows in his hands and looked at Gong Ling. "Senior, what do you mean? I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but your sect's disciples looked down on me. As the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, I had no choice but to choose seriously. Of course, I was also lucky." Gong Ling glanced at Xiaoziyu. "Watch your mouth." Xiaoziyu wanted to cry, as he had simply wanted to ridicule Lu Yin. Clear arrow, lightless arrow. 10,000 years ago, a sect master forged them from a void black hole. Clear arrow has a devouring ability, and lightless arrow can cause the world to lose its color. Alliance Master Lu being able to find them is admirable, Gong Ling said slowly, his tone full of praise. Gong Cho looked at Lu Yin in shock. What ability did this person have to be able to do this? Picking arrows wasn't like fighting, so how was this possible? Lu Yin humbly replied, "It was just luck. I still have to thank your sect's disciples for their encouragement." Xiaoziyu's face twitched and he looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. "Please don't talk about me anymore. Please don't bring me into every sentence." Peach excitedly pulled Lu Yin deeper into the mountain. Master Bei's expression turned ugly and he looked at Gong Ling. "Senior, even my Taiyamo Hall doesn't have many of these arrows. If you give them to an outsider, I'd like to see how you'll explain this to the ancestor." Gong Ling calmly replied, "The ancestor is also watching. There's no need to explain." Master Bei snorted and chased after Lu Yin. He wanted to see what Lu Yin had obtained from the last 2 arrows. Since Lu Yin had been able to pick these arrows, it was unlikely that Gong Ling had told him about it. Unless Lu Yin was Gong Ling's illegitimate son, there was no way Gong Ling would have given him 3 arrows. As for luck, that was even more impossible. Master Bei wanted to see how Lu Yin had chosen these arrows. Lu Yin was pleased. Was that even necessary? The rune lines were clearly there, but these people could not see them. Sometimes life was as lonely as snow. There were no soulmates. Peach was very proud. She held her head high like a victorious peacock. Lu Yin did not stop and continued walking deeper into the mountain. He had long since seen an arrow in the distance that was releasing rune lines without any concealment. Even the other cultivators would be able to see this power, but that arrow still existed, which piqued his curiosity. Looking at the direction Lu Yin was heading, Gong Ling and Master Bei exchanged glances. Was he planning to take the arrow? Gong Cho seemed to have thought of something as well, and he looked at Lu Yin. When he saw the confident expression on Lu Yin's face, his heart sank. Perhaps it was because of those 3 arrows, but Gong Cho had a feeling that Lu Yin would be able to take that arrow away. "Ah, I remember now. There's a battle arrow up ahead." Peach suddenly cried out in alarm, her eyes filled with excitement. Lu Yin and the others were curious. "Battle arrows?" Peach nodded. "That's right. Master once said that the arrow contained the power of a predecessor. It was forged by a certain elder of the Taiyamo Temple who had cultivated his battle force to an extremely high level in the Innerverse. That arrow was infused with battle force after it was forged, and it even had 9 lines. It's very powerful. It's a pity that no one has been able to take it away after so many years. It seems like it can only be taken away by an expert who cultivates battle force." Lu Yin looked at Gong Cho. Gong Cho nodded. "Indeed, it's impossible to take it away without 9 lines of battle force. Once that arrow is shot out, it has at least 9 lines of battle force, and it's one of the rare divine arrows. Every year there are disciples who try to take it but none of them succeed. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Aiden. Aiden understood but his expression did not change. 9 lines? Lu Yin could not reach that level but Aiden had. What a coincidence. In the sky Master Bei's face sank. Senior, one of them has 9 lines of battle force. Gong Ling was shocked. Who? Master Bei pointed at Aiden. When Aiden had attacked Lu Yin's group, he had been blocked by his Thunder Shield's 9 lines battle force. Aiden had left a deep impression on him as not everyone could withstand the power of an enlighter. Moreover, Aiden was not an ordinary enlighter. Gong Ling's face turned ugly. Was this brat going to take away all 4 arrows? At that moment Master Bei spoke up, his voice echoing through the sky. You are not allowed to use others to pick up the arrows. Otherwise it's considered cheating and you will be expelled from the mountain of arrows. Lu Yin looked up. This was directed at him but it did not matter. It would be good to watch. Not long after the group arrived at a spacious wasteland. There was not a single blade of grass growing within a radius of 10,000 meters, and there were no other arrows in sight. There was only a single ancient-looking arrow stuck into the ground in the center of the wasteland, and it emitted an oppressive aura. Aiden looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly walked forward and had the others wait in place. Everyone stared at him. Xiao Ziyu sneered. This bastard thinks that it's so easy to take away the arrow? It's impossible to do so without 9 lines of battle force. As Lu Yin approached the arrow he felt the pressure grow stronger. When he was less than a meter away from the arrow, he saw that there were purplish-red veins on the arrow's body. Occasionally, a red stripe would flash across the arrow which was the sign of 9 lines of battle force. Sure enough, there had been traces of 9 lines of battle force left behind. Some people could attach their power to other people or objects such as Night King Zhenwu and the Sea King. Power vessels were left behind by such people, and this arrow could be considered one of them. 8 lines of battle force suddenly appeared around Lu Yin's body, shocking the disciples of the Temple of Taiyamo. He then grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it out. The arrow did not budge and the 9 lines of battle force was about to collapse Lu Yin's 8 lines of battle force. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. In terms of strength he naturally did not fear 9 lines of battle force, and his overall strength was not necessarily that of Aiden's. At the very least he could withstand an attack from 9 lines of battle force. However, he could only use his battle force to retrieve the arrow and he could not use the secret art. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly had an idea. Right, why not? Back in the ruins of the Daoist sect, he had barged into the battlefield between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings, and he had used the secret art to snatch the jade stone that contained the progenitor's inheritance. The secret art was an expert when it came to snatching things. Lu Yin straightened his back and outside the disciples of the Temple of Taiyamo relaxed. They had not expected this person to have 8 lines of battle force. Was he crazy? How did he cultivate? Fortunately, 8 lines of battle force was still not enough to take away the arrow. In the history of the Temple of Taiyamo, there had been powerhouses with 8 lines of battle force. Gong Ling and Master Bei looked at each other and rejoiced. If the arrow had been taken away as well, then the Temple of Taiyamo would have lost some face. After all, the arrow was very famous and all of the disciples of the Temple of Taiyamo knew about it. However, their thoughts were too simple. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at Gong Ling and Master Bei. He then waved his hand, causing the arrow to disappear and reappear in his hand. This was the secret art. Could even transfer the strength of an enlighter. This secret technique had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, and it had been created specifically for progenitors. How could a mere arrow with 9 lines of battle force block the secret art? Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Gong Ling's face turned solemn. Secret technique. Master Bei's eyes burned with passion. This was a secret technique. If he could grasp it, then even Gong Ling would not be his opponent. It was a pity that this brat had actually grasped it. Everyone in the Outerverse knew that Lu Yin possessed a secret technique, so there was no need for him to hide it. Cheating. You're cheating. Xiao Ziyu shouted as he criticized Lu Yin. Behind him, many of the disciples who had followed him also angrily criticized Lu Yin. Peach could not take it anymore and she started arguing with those people. Lu Yin pondered as he sized up the arrow. Even though it had been pulled out, It was still not obedient and had tried to use its 9-line battle force to suppress him. Unfortunately, his physical strength was more than enough to make up for the lack of battle force. Enough. Stop arguing. Gong Ling shouted and glared at Xiaoziyu. Retrieving an arrow from Arrow Mountain is based on one's own ability. As long as you don't let others do it, then you're not cheating. Xiaoziyu did not dare to say anything else. Master Bei was indignant and he whispered, "Senior brother, this kid took away 4 divine arrows, which is a huge loss to our Taiyamo Hall." Gong Ling calmly replied, "If Peach had died outside, we wouldn't have lost these 4 arrows, but that one." Master Bei's eyes flashed as he understood Gong Ling's meaning. Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for your generous gift, senior. You obtained it with your own ability, so it has nothing to do with me," Gong Ling said. He then sighed. "After so many years there are still many arrows in Arrow Mountain, but there are less than 10 that can be considered divine arrows. You've already taken 4, so there's only 1 left. Hurry up and choose." Lu Yin put away the arrow, feeling some admiration for Gong Ling's leader. To the Taiyamo Hall, these divine arrows were treasures that had been passed down through generations, but he had actually allowed Lu Yin to take one away. That showed how generous he was. These arrows should have been forged by the strongest powerhouses of the Taiyamo Hall, and they were very valuable. Lu Yin did not know how to shoot arrows, so it would be useless to take them away. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he thought about it. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void, causing the sky beast claw to unleash a beastly roar that seemed to transcend time itself. Many of the Taiyamo Hall's disciples trembled as they watched Lu Yin's right hand grab an arrow from the void. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? How did he grab this arrow? Lu Yin looked at his right hand and saw a faintly discernible arrow. He had actually noticed this arrow the moment he had entered Arrow Mountain, and he had been wandering around the mountain jumping up and down. He had just happened to pass by and he had casually grabbed it. Speaking of which, this arrow had the ability to turn invisible. Gong Ling's expression changed when he saw the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. This is a flying owl arrow created by the 5th generation sect master. It was forged from a mysterious or from outer space and it can kill without being seen. It's indestructible. Xiaoziyu really wanted to cry. There were nearly 10 divine arrows in Arrow Mountain, but this guy had taken half of them all by himself. How was he supposed to live? Most importantly, this guy had said that he had angered him. Xiaoziyu was done for. Everyone in the Taiyamo Hall would be furious if they found out about this. Xiaoziyu's fate would be 10,000 times worse than his brother's. Peach and the rest looked at the flying owl arrow in shock. This was the first time they had seen an arrow that could turn invisible. Most importantly, it was indestructible and had the characteristics of a boulder's arrow. "No, you can't take it away. Junior, put down the flying owl arrow." Grandmaster Bei grew anxious and he landed on the ground and stared at Lu Yin. Up in the sky, Gong Ling was in a difficult position. This kid had basically taken away half of the divine arrows from Arrow Mountain, which made it difficult for him to explain himself to the sect. This was especially true for the flying owl arrow, which was worth more than the other 4 divine arrows. It could be considered the most valuable arrow in Arrow Mountain. "Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support, thank you." Chapter 772. Uncle Leader, His Highness personally chose these arrows and he didn't cheat. You're the one who promised him, so you won't go back on your word, right? Peach asked Gong Ling in a soft voice. Master Bei growled. These divine arrows have their own spirits, so how can they be left untouched? It would be fine if you were good at archery, but none of you are. Giving these divine arrows to you would be a waste. Gong Ling was put in a difficult position. Meng Tianlong looked at Lu Yin enviously. 5 divine arrows were too valuable, and any one of them could pose a threat to an enlighter if used well. This was the foundation of the Temple of Taiyamo, and Meng Tianlong believed that the Temple of Taiyamo would never place their best divine arrows in their mountain of arrows. There had to be more hidden treasures as this sect was too powerful. Peach ran over to Gong Ling and tugged at his sleeve. Uncle Leader, you promised me. At this moment, a few more elders from the Temple of Taiyamo appeared. They had all learned of the situation and surrounded Lu Yin, not intending to let him take the divine arrows. Aiden and the blind monk stood beside Lu Yin and whispered, "What should we do, Your Highness?" Lu Yin smiled and looked at Gong Ling. "Senior leader Master Bei is right. I don't know any archery techniques, so it would be a waste to keep them." Gong Ling's eyes lit up, and the people from the temple of Tai Mo sighed in relief. This brat was tactful. "However, you promised me 5 arrows. If you go back on your word, it won't be good for the temple of Tai Mo's reputation if word gets out." Gong Ling's eyes flashed, but before he could speak, an elder beside him barked, "What do you want? Just say it." Lu Yin toyed with the owl arrow. "Simple. Of the 5 arrows, I'll keep 2 and return the other 3 to the temple of Tai Mo. Of course, I also hope that the temple of Tai Mo will compensate me." The elder replied, "Leave all 5 arrows behind." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Elder, are you joking with me?" The elder raised his brows. He was an elder of the temple of Tai Mo, but someone actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was about to scold Lu Yin, but Gong Ling stopped him. "All right, leave the owl arrow, battle arrow and boulder arrow behind. You can take the clear arrow and lightless arrow. For each arrow, the temple of Tai Mo will compensate you with 10,000 star essence." Since the sect master had spoken, the surrounding elders didn't dare to speak up, and they all stared at Lu Yin threateningly. Lu Yin shook his head. "I want to take the owl arrow and the battle arrow. As for the 3 arrows, I'm actually really short on money." Gong Ling frowned. "Junior, think carefully. No one has ever dared to say no to my Hall of Tai Mo ever since it was established." "No." Lu Yin replied with a single word, angering Peking teacher so much that his face turned red. Gong Ling shook his head and laughed. "All right, leave behind the clear arrow, lightless arrow and boulder arrow. The temple of Tai Mo will compensate you with 60,000 star essence." Lu Yin was delighted. He hadn't planned on taking the 3 arrows with him since the owl arrow and the battle arrow were the best. "Thank you, senior." They had money again. Although it wasn't much, it still allowed Lu Yin to see the temple of Tai Mo's foundation. They were just an outerverse sect, but they had been able to take out 60,000 star essence without batting an eyelid. From Master Bei's expression, it seemed like he didn't mind at all. This confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that the temple of Tai Mo was rich, very rich, and they couldn't be viewed as an outerverse sect. After the selection of arrows ended, Xiao Ziyu was very unlucky. No one knew what punishment he had received, but it was as if his father had died. Just as the group was about to leave Arrow Mountain, all of the arrows in the mountain trembled. Gong Ling and the others looked in a certain direction in surprise. The ancestor had awakened. The temple of Tai Mo's Arrow Mountain ancestor was a legend who had once killed an innerverse powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. In the outerverse, where even enlighters were rare, the appearance of such a powerhouse was extremely shocking. Even the innerverse knew of the Arrow Mountain ancestor's name. Many great powers would seal their powerhouses in ice so that they could awaken at critical moments, and the Arrow Mountain ancestor was no exception. It was rumored that the Arrow Mountain ancestor had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and had always been sealed in ice. Many disciples of the Temple of Tai Mo would spend their entire lives without being able to see the Arrow Mountain ancestor. But now the Arrow Mountain ancestor had awakened. All of the Temple of Tai Mo's disciples bowed, including Gong Ling, Master Bei and the others. Lu Yin stared at the rune lines that covered the sky in shock. These rune lines surpassed Elder Lohar's, and Lu Yin could not even begin to fathom this. This was too terrifying, and it might even be comparable to Northgate Taisui. Just as he was thinking about this, the void in front of him split open, and a withered hand reached out to take him and peach away. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Meng Tianlong's scalp went numb. This was too terrifying. The Temple of Tai Mo actually had such a monster. When the hand had reached out, he had not even been able to move. Aiden and the blind monk were the same, and their faces changed as they looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling replied, "The ancestor is summoning us. Don't worry." Aiden's gaze turned solemn. The outerverse had actually given birth to such a powerhouse. The universe was boundless and some places were truly unfathomable. Master Bei was stunned. The Arrow Mountain ancestor had ignored him and Gong Ling, and he had only taken the 2 juniors away. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yin's vision went dark and he could not move at all. His entire body had been grabbed by the withered hand, and he could not even retrieve anything from his cosmic ring, let alone retaliate. At this moment he was like an ant, just like when he had faced Northgate Ticeway. This feeling of helplessness lasted for less than 2 seconds before light returned to his vision. The glaring sunlight forced him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Beside him, Peach held on to him tightly, feeling a little afraid. Lu Yin looked around and saw that they were in a very ordinary valley with decent scenery and flowing water. Not too far away, an old man with his hands behind his back and a hunched back was looking at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin did not dare to be negligent and he hurriedly pulled Peach forward. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Peach quickly bowed. Peach greets the ancestor. The old man beamed and nodded. He glanced at Lu Yin and then at Peach, his eyes flashing. Little girl, are you this generation's protector? Peach pursed her lips and grunted. Yes, my name is Peach. Ancestor, you can call me Little Peach. The old man laughed. What a cute little girl. I've seen many protectors before, but I've never seen a little girl like you. Where's your master? Peach was sorrowful. Master died 10 years ago. The old man sighed. Everything is fate. Little girl, don't be sad. Peach grunted in acknowledgement, appearing very obedient. At this point the old man looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been looking at him the entire time, not understanding why the old man had brought him here. Peach was a member of the Temple of Tai Mo, and she had also kept one of the 3 arrows from the temple's founding. It was normal for her to meet the sect's ancestor, and Lu Yin was just an outsider. Kid, I can sense a powerful arrow intent from your body. It's somewhat familiar. The old man's turbid eyes suddenly became incomparably deep as he slowly spoke. Lu Yin was confused. Senior, I've never learned any archery battle techniques. The old man had a strange look in his eyes, and he circled Lu Yin a few times before making a buzzing sound. That's right. It's a powerful arrow intent, and it's very similar to the 3 arrows from our Temple of Tai Mo. Lu Yin was shocked. Was this old man crazy? How could he possibly have arrow intent? Could it be that he had spent too much time with Peach? Peach was confused. Ancestor, His Highness has never learned archery, so how could he possibly have arrow intent? The old man replied, he doesn't necessarily have to learn it. It's possible for him to be contaminated by an expert who has cultivated such arrow intent. The arrow intent on this kid's body is extremely thin and it's still dissipating. This means that he has unintentionally been contaminated by it. Lu Yin was confused. He had been contaminated by it? 7th Bro, the Daoist sect's ruins, Night King Zhenwu, the monkey cried out. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he recalled that Night King Zhenwu had shot an arrow during the final moments of his battle with Wu Taibai in the Daoist sect's ruins. He had even been confident that he could kill Wu Taibai. Lu Yin had been inside the furnace at that time, and the power contained within that arrow had swept through the entire furnace. He had definitely been contaminated by the arrow then. Besides that moment, Lu Yin had not come into contact with any archery experts that were too powerful. According to this old man, the arrow intent on Lu Yin's body was very similar to their 3 arrows, which meant that Night King Zhenwu's archery technique was very likely related to the arrows that the Temple of Tai Mo had obtained when it was first established. Right, he had mentioned that Wu Taibai had died to the 6th mainland's battle technique. Did that archery technique originate from the 6th mainland? The old man kept looking at Lu Yin. Do you remember now? Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes, I did encounter an archery expert, but we only exchanged blows once. We didn't fight for too long. The old man nodded. I know. Otherwise, the arrow intent on your body would have been enough to make Arrow Mountain tremble. When I return, I'll definitely look for the person who fought with me and help the Temple of Tai Mo find the arrow intent, Lu Yin said. The old man shook his head. Everything has its own destiny, so there's no need to force it. Although the arrow intents are similar, they can't be the same. After all, it's been too long. There's no need to force it. The ancestor just wants to take a closer look. The old man then beamed at Peach and waved his hand. The scene in front of Lu Yin changed again and he went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on Arrow Mountain where he had been just moments ago. Everyone looked at him in surprise and envy. He coughed. The ancestor really likes Peach and asked her to stay behind to talk to him. Perhaps he was lonely, so he said that he would give her some things and teach her some battle techniques. He's really kind. The disciples of the Temple of Taimo were in an uproar, and they were all discussing something enviously. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. That brat wouldn't tell on him, right? 2 days later, Peach cheered as she watched the Temple of Taimo gradually disappear into the distance. I can finally go home. That's great. Lu Yin laughed. Actually, Gongling did not want to let Peach go. After all, she was tasked with protecting the ancient arrow, and it would be troublesome if she lost it. However, Peach had successfully intimidated Gongling with the words of the ancestor of Arrow Mountain. Gongling could only watch as she left, but he had also sent a Hunter Realm disciple and a few dozen Limiters to protect her. Peach was vexed as these people followed her everywhere she went. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was happy as another expert had joined them. As long as Peach remained in the Great Yu Empire, the Temple of Taimo would be her backup. Your Highness, this is for you. Peach looked around and then secretly passed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Lu Yin accepted it. What is it? Chapter 773. Uncle Master gave it to me, and there's also Teacher Bei's compensation as well as what the Hall of Taimo owes me over the years. It's all here and I'll give it to you, Peach said. Lu Yin hurriedly refused. What a joke. Although he lacked money, he would not steal from a child. Peach might not be much younger than him, but her appearance was too deceiving. Furthermore, this girl was used to maintaining her innocence and she could not change it. She was just like a child. Lu Yin would feel embarrassed if he took her things. I still have a lot more. You've already returned everything from my bloodline to me. Your Highness, just take it as a token of my gratitude, Peach insisted, insisting that Lu Yin accept it. Lu Yin refused as it was too embarrassing. How about this? I'll give this to you. Peach removed a pocket-sized carving of an arrow from around her neck. Master carved this to tease me. It's a gift to you. You can't not accept it or else we won't be friends, she said firmly. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll take it. He then placed it in his cosmic ring. Are you satisfied now? Peach smiled brilliantly and then walked away. Not too far away, a few disciples from the Hall of Taimo glared at Lu Yin as if he were a swindler. Seventh bro, how embarrassing. You even want a little girl's things, the monkey mocked. Lu Yin was deep in thought and he ignored the monkey as he was thinking about something else. Back at the Hall of Taimo, Lu Yin had asked Peach how she had been rescued, and she had said that she had been taken away by Undying Yushan. Master Bei had placed great importance on that arrow, and it was impossible for him not to personally take action. Even under such circumstances, Undying Yushan had still been able to take her away without the Hall of Taimo being able to find any trace of them. This gave Lu Yin a new understanding of Undying Yushan's abilities. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the blind monk and the others. Peach had a background, but what about the blind monk? What did you say? You're the prince of the largest tribe in Grand Forest Weave? Lu Yin stared at the blind monk in shock. This man's image did not match that of a prince at all. The blind monk was very calm. During the war between the tribes, this subordinate accidentally wandered off and was rescued by His Majesty. A few years later, this subordinate's tribe won and my family found me. However, this subordinate wanted to stay in the Great Yu Empire for a while, so I did not return and have been delayed until now. Lu Yin understood. Is your tribe? Is very powerful. The blind monk pondered for a moment before replying, I'm in charge of a force. Lu Yin was shocked. Can you convince Grand Forest Weave to join the Great Eastern Alliance? I can give it a try. It should work, the blind monk replied straightforwardly and confidently. He was a prince. Why didn't you say so before? The blind monk. Lu Yin guessed that it was probably because he had saved Peach that this fellow had sincerely submitted to him. Otherwise he would still be hiding his identity. What had Undying Yushan been trying to do? None of these captains had simple backgrounds. Could it be that he really wanted to unify the Eastern Weaves at that time? It was not impossible. The Great Sword Dynasty had already sensed his ambition, which showed that he had not restrained his ambition at all. Many of Lu Yin's achievements should be attributed to Undying Yushan. The possibility is very high. The old man thought that it was too long ago to connect the two, But Knight King Jinwu's archery technique came from the sixth mainland, so it should have been obtained in the Daoist sect's ruins. Aren't the Daoist sect's ruins synonymous with ancient times? The monkey analyzed. Lu Yin agreed. If that's the case, then we definitely can't let the Hall of Taiyamo know about Knight King Jinwu. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. No, we should let them know. The monkey cackled. Are you trying to tempt the Hall of Taiyamo into making a move against Knight King Jinwu? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not impossible. The Hall of Taiyamo only obtained 3 arrows back then. If Knight King Jinwu obtained the complete inheritance, what do you think the Hall of Taiyamo would do? Of course, they'd think of a way to snatch it. That's right, but we still need to plan things out properly. Otherwise, not only will we fail to instigate them, but they might even join forces. That would be disgusting, Lu Yin muttered. As they passed by the vast Earth sect, Meng Tianlong disembarked. This trip to the Hall of Taiyamo had given him a huge shock. First, he had fought against the Enlighter Master Bei, and then he had witnessed Arrow Mountain's background. Finally, he had even felt the heavenly might of Arrow Mountain's ancestor. Meng Tianlong had come to realize that his vast Earth sect was not on the same level as the Hall of Taiyamo. What made him feel the most helpless was that the Hall of Taiyamo's sect master Gong Ling admired Lu Yin greatly. Furthermore, there was also the matter of that little girl. It was very likely that the Hall of Taiyamo would collude with Lu Yin, and if they really joined forces, then the entire Eastern Weave would be Lu Yin's. He no longer went to Elder Meng's seclusion grounds as it would be useless. Lu Yin wasn't even afraid of the Hall of Taiyamo, so he definitely wouldn't care about the vast Earth sect's elders. What he needed to do now was to borrow the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance to strengthen his vast Earth sect. It seems like Meng Tianlong has been frightened. Aiden laughed. Lu Yin smiled. In the universe, a sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years can usually develop to the level that the vast Earth sect has. If they want to advance any further, they need to produce an enlighter. The Hall of Taiyamo is an even more ancient power, and the foundation of that power is not something that Meng Tianlong can imagine. Is Gong Ling really willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Aiden was curious. Lu Yin nodded. 20 weaves. The Great Eastern Alliance currently has 9 weaves, and even if we include all of the Eastern weaves, it still won't be enough. It seems like His Highness has made up his mind, Aiden commented before turning to leave. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he raised his hand to activate his gadget. He looked at the star chart and his gaze locked onto one of the Eastern weaves, Armament Weave. Wei Rong should have taken care of Source Peak Weave by now, and with his abilities he should be able to do so. However, Lu Yin did not know what Wei Rong's next step was. The Great Eastern Alliance definitely had a weave, but where would Wei Rong start? Back then, Mafioso Planet's secret had been a great help to the Great Eastern Alliance, as well as Lu Yin's battle achievements and methods. Wei Rong would definitely use other methods and he would definitely make use of Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance's existence was a huge threat to the Central Weaves, and Lu Yin's existence could very well have helped Wei Rong promote the Central Weaves Alliance. They had just left Vast Earth Weave when an alarm sounded from their spacecraft. Your Highness, there are interstellar pirates. Peach shouted excitedly as she stared into space. Lu Yin was stunned. Interstellar pirates? Robbing them? That was crazy. Their spacecraft was in Aurora. Right when they were heading towards Taimo Temple, Lu Yin had erased the Great Yu Empire's insignia from the spacecraft to prevent any accidents from happening. Even so, very few pirates dared to rob an Aurora, as owning an Aurora was a sign of wealth and status. Furthermore, an Aurora's defenses might not be something that pirates could break through, which was strange. In the distance, broken spacecraft lined up in a row, blocking Lu Yin's path back to Frostwave Weave. All sorts of weapons were used to block their path. On one of the broken spacecraft, many people had gathered together and were arguing. Hurry up and let them through. That's a radiant-grade Aurora, and it can withstand a cruiser's attack. With our current strength, we can't break through its defenses and we might even provoke a powerful enemy. There's no other way. We're already at the end of our rope. If we don't rob them, we'll starve to death. Someone else shouted. We can't go anywhere right now. Our spacecraft can't fly at all and there aren't any planets nearby that we can land on. Even if we want to die, we don't have any enemies. We can only rob them and hope that we're lucky enough to scare them off," a ruffian-looking man with stubble on his face helplessly said. Just as the pirates were discussing this, an enormous pressure descended upon them, pressing them all to the ground. The pressure of the star energy made it difficult for them to even breathe. The pirates despaired, as this pressure was the same as a hunter kicking an iron plate. Even the powerful enemies that had chased them into a corner were only cruisers, but they had actually run into a hunter. The blind monk walked out of the void, grabbed two people and tore through the void to leave. With a thump, the two pirates in front of Lu Yin fell to the ground in a sorry state. The blind monk walked over to Lu Yin's side and stood there quietly. The two pirates looked at each other and then looked up in fear. They immediately saw Lu Yin, the blind monk, and the curious Peach standing next to him. "I'm sorry, my lord. We were blind to have disturbed you, my lord. We were blind," the ruffian pirate begged for mercy in a panic. Lu Yin looked at him, and the more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. His eyes lit up. "Little 8. The ruffian-looking pirate was stunned. Little 8. What a distant yet familiar name. Back when he had first embarked on the path of piracy, he had only robbed 5 people before he had run into a lunatic who had insisted that he lead the way to rob other pirates. In the end, they had parted ways at the pirate port. Little 8 was the name that person had given him. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze, but then he became ecstatic. "Boss, is that you? It really is you. Little 8, little 8. Little 8. Little 8. Lu Yin looked at the ruffian-looking pirate who was hugging his leg and kicked him away. "Didn't you say that you didn't want to be a pirate anymore? How did you become a pirate again?" Little 8's face was filled with grief. "Boss, you don't know how hard Little 8's life has been. Back when we parted ways at the pirate port, we were robbed. Those bastards betrayed us and told the other pirates about our whereabouts, causing us to be sold off to black-hearted merchants to do manual labor. If it weren't for our good luck, you wouldn't have been able to meet Little 8. Boss, take me in, boss." He hugged Lu Yin's leg tightly once more. Peach and the others were shocked. "Boss? Pirate?" The other pirate was stunned. "Little 8? Wasn't he called Little 7? Little 7, do you know this, lord?" The other pirate asked. Little 8 turned around and snarled, "My name is Little 8. Remember, Little 8. Lu Yin kicked Little 8 away again. "Alright, what's wrong with you guys? Why is your spacecraft so broken?" Little 8 cried, "Boss, you don't know how miserable we are. We were doing well in Dark Mist Weave and we would occasionally rob others. Our methods were more refined, but recently we offended someone and all the pirates in Dark Mist Weave are being hunted down. It just so happens that the ones who are after us are also pirates. Apparently they came from the west and chased us away. Boss, Little 8 is suffering." Lu Yin was interested. "Pirates from the west are after you?" Chapter 774. Little 8 nodded and told Lu Yin everything that had happened during this period of time. Lu Yin listened for a long time before he raised a hand to interrupt Little 8. "How are you so sure that they came from the west?" Before Little 8 could speak, another pirate hurriedly answered, "Because one of them is from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect." Lu Yin's expression changed. Little 8 turned around and glared fiercely at the pirate. He then tried to curry favor with Lu Yin. "Boss, we pirates are quite knowledgeable. Some of our brothers have traveled extensively and have met all sorts of people. There are experts from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect who are hunting us down. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect is from the Saint Lesser Weave, which is the west. Boss, you have to uphold justice for us. If the west dares to bully us, then where will your face go? Back in the day you also dominated the pirate world. Back then you were also a pirate." "Shut up," Lu Yin barked as he stared at Little 8. "Are you sure that those people are pirates?" Little 8 nodded. "I'm absolutely sure. Some of them even met up with some of my brothers at Sheephead Harbor." The Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. This sword sect reminded him of Wei Rong, and he had been wondering how Wei Rong would act against him. Could that guy be thinking of becoming a pirate? It was not impossible. Although pirates were crude and seemed useless, there were times when they could be quite useful. Furthermore, pirates were well-informed and had their own methods of communication. If Wei Rong wanted to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance as a pirate, The Great Eastern Alliance might not be able to detect it. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps that expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect was just a coincidence. Little 8 hugged Lu Yin's thigh tightly. It seemed like he did not intend to let go, as he had suffered too much during this period. Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, and pirates like him had seen the news. Little 8 had wanted to join Lu Yin for a long time, but he had not been able to find him. With his status, he might have been destroyed as soon as he entered the Frostwave Weave, let alone the Great Yu Empire. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would not want others to know about his dark past and would kill him. Now that he had coincidentally run into Lu Yin, he had no choice but to hug him. "Did you just say Sheephead Harbor?" Lu Yin asked. Little 8 replied, "That's where we pirates gather. By the way, boss, do you want to go take a look? Boss Thousand Eyes has been holding a meeting at Sheephead Harbor because of those damned bastards' invasion of Dark Mist Weave's pirate world. He wants to deal with this matter." "All right, then we'll head to Sheephead Harbor. Lead the way," Lu Yin said. He needed to get a clear picture of what had happened in the pirate world. If Wei Rong had truly made a move against the Great Eastern Alliance from the pirate world, then it would be impossible for them to guard against him. Lu Yin grew even more vigilant. If Wei Rong was truly planning to make a move on the pirate world, then this person was even more sinister than Lu Yin had imagined. Who would have thought that this person would begin to lay down hidden chess pieces before even contacting a central weave? Lu Yin could only say that Wei Rong's vision was too far-sighted, and he would not be limited to one region or region. This sort of person was the most difficult to deal with. Sheephead Harbor was located in the western part of Dark Mist Weave. Most people did not know about it, nor could they find it. It was a place that only pirates knew about, and it was rumored that an astral beast skull had formed after its death. Sheephead Port indeed did not have any land, but it was filled with dense white bones and the area was very large. When Peach learned that they were going to Sheephead Harbor, her face was filled with excitement. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was interested in Qianyan. Boss Qianyan is one of the few people in the Outerverse who can contact the Pirate King. He claims to be the Pirate King's representative in the Outerverse, and he greatly admires the Pirate King. His Qianyan pirates are also one of the largest pirate groups in the Outerverse. Little 8 introduced. The Pirate King? Lu Yin pondered this. Speaking of which, he was also a small pirate and he would never be able to shake off this identity. "Right, boss, we'll definitely have to pass through Dark Mist Weave to get to Sheephead Port. Those pirates who are chasing after us will definitely recognize our spacecraft," Little 8 said worriedly. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Why do you think I'm bringing along your broken spacecraft?" Little 8 was quick-witted. The person in front of him was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, so what was there to be afraid of? He immediately began to flatter, "Boss is wise." Traveling through outer space was not something that one could do as they pleased. Many powers would seal off their own regions and inspect all entrances and exits. The Great Yu Empire was one such example. However, Dark Mist Weave did not have such rules. This place was filled with the dark side of the Outerverse, and even the pirate port from the past could be justified. Furthermore, it was so close to the Astral River, so there was no need to mention any spacecraft. Of course, there were many pirates here as well. One had to be prepared to be robbed at any time in Dark Mist Weave, and they had to be prepared to be caught in the crossfire of battle. Not long after they arrived in Dark Mist Weave, the group was surrounded. Little 8 stared angrily at outer space. "Boss, it's them. They're pirates from the west." Lu Yin moved his finger and the blind monk and Peach acted. They were afraid that something would happen to Peach, and the people from Taimal Palace also acted. The pirates were quickly defeated and they even killed a cruiser from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. "We wanted to keep him alive, but he committed suicide," the blind monk said. Lu Yin looked at the corpse of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect expert and casually tossed it away. Continue on to Sheephead Port. Sheephead Port was a dark place, and there were no stars around it that gave off any light. It was like a white bone floating in outer space. Today Sheephead Port was very lively. In a few days, it would be the day of the gathering that Qianyan had announced. Pirates from the eastern weaves and the western weaves would be arriving one after another. Everyone here was a pirate, and in the eyes of outsiders they were scum. Only the interior of Sheephead Port had a hint of light, and all of the spacecraft were parked randomly. There was no space station and the pirates did not dare park their spacecraft where everyone could find them. Under the guidance of Little 8 and a few other pirates, Lu Yin disguised himself and entered with Peach and Aiden, who wanted to watch the show. There was no soil in Sheephead Port, but this bone was just too big. Could it really be the skull of some astral beast? If it was, then only the ancient centipede's body could compare in size. The universe was vast, and it had given birth to countless things that humans could not even imagine. Lu Yin sometimes admired his ancestors, as if they had not established this astral domain, humans would not have been able to survive safely. Any astral beast could easily devour countless people. Boss, that's the black market, that's the casino, that's the exchange, and that's... Little 8 kept introducing the area as he was very familiar with it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Do you come here often? Little 8 replied, I came here a few times with the previous pirate leaders, but they're all dead. The group walked along the wide bone, and there were many strangely shaped houses built on top of it. It was a sinister scene that made one panic. Many pirates walked past with their heads lowered and very few spoke. Everyone here looked like evil spirits and most of them were in disguise. There were also a few who were curiously looking around like Lu Yin's group. It seemed like this was their first time here. Lu Yin released his domain, which covered an increasing area. He was not worried that someone would discover his domain, as this was a pirate colony, and there should be very few who comprehended domains. If someone could discover his domain, then that person would be enough to pique his interest. Along the way, Little 8 introduced Lu Yin to many of the famous pirate groups in the Outerverse, including a few in the Eastern Weaves. These pirate groups were spread throughout the Outerverse, and although they did not seem very strong and were often surrounded, they were still quite powerful once they joined forces. Lu Yin recalled the time when many pirates had surrounded and attacked the powers that supported Puyu, which had caused quite a stir in the Outerverse. In all of Sheephead Port, the largest number of rune lines was only a hunter and there were only 1 or 2 of them. With the strength of Lu Yin's subordinates, they could easily destroy the entire port. Lu Yin did not reject the dark powers as he was already a member of the second management level of Aegis. After staying at Sheephead Port for a few days, more pirate groups arrived one after another, and 2 more hunters joined them. Peach was especially interested in the black market, as the people there were all deliberately dressed up strangely to make them look disgusting. Peach's greatest joy was not buying things, but rather observing these people. Sometimes, the people who were deliberately dressed up to sell things would become flustered when Peach looked at them, as if they were her enemies. She was very interested in these people. What made these people feel the most helpless was that Peach was always followed by a few disciples from Taimal Palace, and they all looked like they were not to be trifled with. Lu Yin also walked around the black market, but he did not buy anything. These pirates were not mainstream and could not compare to the pirates of the Innerverse. The items they sold looked ancient, but most of them were deliberately made to look old. There were also some items that were quite good for ordinary cultivators, but they were completely useless to Lu Yin. Boss, the gathering is about to start. We have to think of a way to get an entry token, or else we won't be able to see Boss Qianyan, Little 8 said. What entry token? Lu Yin asked. There are so many pirates gathered here and there are at least 800 if not 1,000. Only a very small number of pirate groups are qualified to discuss matters with Boss Qianyan, and there are also some pirate groups that can watch. Most of the other pirate groups are not qualified to participate, so they can only wait for further notice. Lu Yin nodded and raised his hand, causing a very simple skull to appear. Is this it? Little 8 was shocked. Boss, how did you get it? Lu Yin smiled. He had a domain in the secret art, so there was nothing that he could not obtain. This is an entry token that allows you to sit down and discuss matters with Boss Qianyan. Boss, you're amazing. Little 8 cheered. He was just pretending, as the person in front of him was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could wipe out the entire Sheephead Port. It had to be said that although Little 8's flattery was very explicit and unrefined, it was very pleasant to listen to. 2 more days passed and it was finally time for the gathering. Hundreds of thousands of pirates had gathered at Sheephead Port. The meeting location was at Sheep's Horn Port, and Lu Yin's group had already arrived. This time they were dressed even more like pirates than before. This was especially true for Peach, who had been observing the black market for the past few days. This time she was dressed exactly like the people in the black market. She looked like a short old witch, and to be honest, her yellow teeth were disgusting to look at. The pirates were not particular, and they were all seated at a very ordinary rectangular, tattered table. Only the pirate leader with the skull token could sit at the table, while the other pirate leaders could only watch from afar. Chapter 775. Both of his legs were propped up on the table, and a black cloth covered one of his eyes. He held a dagger in one hand, and his hands were full of gold rings as he ate some fruit. The strangely dressed Peach and Aiden were standing behind him, and little 8 was massaging his shoulders. The hunter from the temple of Taimo Gongku was looking straight ahead, and he seemed to be the most normal person in the room. Other than him, there were already several pirate leaders sitting around the table. They all looked ferocious and wary of each other. Some of them were familiar with each other and greeted each other. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome pirate? Be careful, or our one-eyed pirate crew will wipe you out." Peach glared at the pirates in front of her and threatened them ferociously. There was a muscular man sitting across from Lu Yin, but he was one-legged. When he heard Peach's threat, his expression changed and he glared at Lu Yin ferociously. "If you still dare to look, you'll be poisoned to death." Peach threatened again. The people on the other side were furious, but Peach's appearance was quite bewitching. They could tell at a glance that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was obvious that she had something to do with poison. However, Lu Yin was depressed. One-eyed pirates? He covered one eye and called himself the One-Eye Pirate Crew? This name was too embarrassing. Besides, didn't they already come up with a name? They were called the Seventh Brother Pirate Crew. Forget it. Since they had already called it that, they couldn't change it. The one-legged muscleman looked at Lu Yin with a fake smile. "One-eyed pirates? Brother, where did you get rich? Why haven't I heard of it?" "That's because you're ill-informed. Your eardrums are all muscles," Peach mocked. The one-legged muscleman frowned and stared at Lu Yin. "Brother, don't tell me you're from the West. I've always been in the Moto Weave, and I've only recently connected to the outside world. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." The surrounding pirate groups fell silent upon hearing Lu Yin's words and looked at him in shock. "Mortar Weave? Brother, you dare to rob in the Hall of Taimo's territory?" The one-legged muscular man did not believe it. Behind him, Peach pushed Gongku forward. "Use this action to prove that you robbed the Hall of Taimo." Gongku was taken aback, and he was very reluctant. However, under Peach's fierce gaze, he retrieved a bow from his cosmic ring, which was engraved with the insignia of the Hall of Taimo. Suddenly, the surrounding pirates sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Yin's group with both admiration and bewilderment. This was a group that didn't care about their own lives, and they even dared to rob the temple of Taimo. "Brother, I admire you," the one-legged muscular man hurriedly said. Peach was pleased with herself. Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's nothing. Next time we'll rob Xianxia." The people around him were speechless, and they all looked at him as if he was an idiot. No one believed him. Robbing Xianxia? What a joke. Even Aegis was terrified. Those assassins were much more ruthless than them. The one-legged muscular man felt that this one-eyed pirate group was very unreliable. They might have some strength, but they were also a little simple-minded. He did not want to get involved with them. It was the same for the others. Lu Yin had successfully intimidated this group of people, but he was also worried that he would reveal too much and scare them to death. Little 8 pinched Lu Yin even more enthusiastically. Boss was indeed the boss. His aura was awesome, and Little 8 had never been so impressive before. More and more pirate groups arrived, and from time to time, there would be discussions among the pirate groups. Their gazes would sweep over Lu Yin's group, but no one spoke to them. Pirates were very good at preserving their lives, and no one wanted to get involved with a group that even Xianxia and the Temple of Taimo wanted to rob. Not long after, Little 8 whispered, "Boss, Chen Yan is here." Lu Yin looked at the door and the others followed suit. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them. He wore a black felt hat, and the thick dark circles under his eyes made it seem like he was wearing smoky makeup. He had a mouthful of large golden teeth, and he wore a mess of rings on his hands. He wore slippers, and the most shocking thing was that he even had a cosmic ring on his toe that made a soft sound as he walked. His walking posture was also very strange. How should one describe it? It was a little effeminate. His eyes swept over everyone as soon as he entered, and everyone felt as if his gaze had stopped on them, but it also felt like it had not. This person was Qian Yan, one of the Outerverse's most powerful pirates. He worshipped the Pirate King and did things both righteously and evilly. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would never kill the innocent. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would steal from a child. In short, he was a very contradictory person. The reason why he was called Qian Yan was because, according to Little 8, he had spies all over the Outerverse. Sometimes, even the Amethyst Trading Company would look for him to verify information. He was a very powerful character. Qian Yan smiled brilliantly and his golden teeth glistened under the light. Dear brothers and sisters, we meet again. I'm very happy to be alive to see all of you again. Many of the pirates looked at Qian Yan solemnly. Even without the Pirate King's support, this person was still enough to strike fear into the hearts of all pirates. Qian Yan walked step by step to the head of the long, tattered table and smiled at the crowd again. What followed was half an hour of boring chatter about the various weaves pirate market. Some pirates even asked for information, but they were all misled by Qian Yan's jesting. Lu Yin watched Qian Yan the entire time. This person was one of the few hunters in Sheephead Harbor and he was also one of the most powerful. Although his rune lines could not compare to Aiden's, they surpassed Hu Qingshan's and the blind monk's rune lines. In the entire Great Yu Empire, Qian Yan could be ranked in the top 5. This was just what Lu Yin saw on the surface. Lu Yin believed that Qian Yan's ability to survive until now was definitely impressive, and he was not any worse than a top assassin. Boss Qian Yan, you should know the reason why we invited you to hold this meeting. The pirates from the Western Weaves have invaded our Eastern Weaves, and many of our brothers have been forced into a corner. Boss Qian Yan, please help us, one of the pirate leaders said impatiently. The other pirate leaders all echoed his words. Qian Yan smiled. Are there any pirate groups from the Western Weaves? Everyone looked at each other. No, those people are too arrogant. They didn't even dare to show up when Boss Qian Yan held a meeting. They didn't have the guts to do so in the past. Qian Yan felt a headache coming on and he rubbed his head. Have you all thought about why they didn't dare to do so in the past? They're also wantonly slaughtering the Eastern Weaves pirates. Have you all thought about it? More importantly, where did they get the strength to do so? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This group of criminals couldn't even be shown in public. Qian Yan continued, this matter involves a lot of things and it's not something that we can participate in. Qian Yan would like to advise all of you to avoid it if you can. It's best if you don't force yourself or else I won't be able to do anything. Could it be that even Boss Qian Yan can't suppress those bastards from the Western Weaves? The one-legged muscleman asked unwillingly. Qian Yan spread his hands and blew at his hair. Congratulations, you're right. I can't suppress them. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves and it was quite noisy. Boss Qian Yan, can you tell us your guess? Telling our brothers to retreat without saying anything is very difficult. You don't want our brothers to die, right? Lu Yin spoke up and looked at Qian Yan. Qian Yan's expression was conflicted. The other pirate leaders at the table also spoke up, asking Qian Yan to say something. Qian Yan helplessly replied, I don't dare. Everyone was confused. If he doesn't dare, then I'll do it. A voice rang out from outside and a group of people pushed aside the pirates who were blocking the way and walked in. The leader was an old man with a face full of pockmarks, and behind him was a group of people who looked like pirates. There were about a dozen men and women and they walked over to the table. There was a thump and the one-legged muscleman shouted, Pockmarks, you still dare to come here? You slaughtered my Bard Weaves pirates. How should we settle this debt? Ugly old woman, you slaughtered my Wuri Weaves pirates and broke the rules. It's time to settle this debt. Many pirates stood up and shouted angrily, and the surrounding pirates all surrounded the group, glaring at them with murderous intent. The Pockmarks old man sneered. Take another step forward and I'll kill you. What arrogance! One of the pirate leaders stepped forward and grabbed at Pockmarks. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and the pirate leader clutched at his neck in pain as fresh blood flowed down his neck and dripped onto the ground. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked on in shock. That pirate leader had been a cruiser, but he had been killed by someone else. The attacker had to be a hunter. There were very few hunters among the pirates. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was the Ghost Shadow Sword sect again. Was this sword sect working together with Wei Rong and under his orders, or was it just this sword sect that had interfered with the pirate world? The former was most likely the case, as the various weaves looked down on pirates. Only someone like Wei Rong was adept at using the various powers, and even pirates had some value in his eyes. Pockmark stepped on the dead pirate leader's body and scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants revenge? The surrounding pirates fell silent. A hunter's attacks were like ghosts, and they were not people they could afford to provoke. Even if there were hunters present, they were still extremely fearful of this expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Pockmarks, this is Sheephead Harbor. It's not a place where you can show off, Qian Yan spoke up as he twirled a simple pistol between his fingers. Pockmarks smiled. Boss Qian Yan, you're well informed and have a wide network. Everyone has always respected you, and the higher-ups have asked me to pass on a message to you. If we work together, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qian Yan laughed. Forget it. I'm just a small pirate and I don't have much ambition. I just said that since you're playing around like this, then we can only retreat. In any case, I'm planning to retreat. Pockmarks sneered. You can retreat, but you have to hand over your information network. The depths of Qian Yan's eyes turned cold and his thick, dark circles shrank. Pockmarks, I, Qian Yan, have been able to survive until now. I've been surrounded by various weaves and I'm fine. Does the person behind you really think that they can force me? Boss Qian Yan, just tell us who's behind Pockmarks. We've all lived our lives on the edge and we've long since had enough. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll go all out. It's better than being chased away like dogs, the one-legged muscleman shouted. The surrounding pirates howled and the hunter directly reached out to grab Pockmarks. Pockmarks was terrified and he hurriedly retreated. Space was suddenly sliced apart as a black blade slashed towards the hunter realm pirate. At the same time, a petite figure appeared from behind Pockmarked. Her hands danced as star energy transformed into strange flowers that bloomed on the hunter realm pirate's body. The hunter was simultaneously attacked by two powerhouses, and his body flickered as he tried to dodge. However, the star energy flowers exploded at the same time, and although they did not have any destructive power, the hunter spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had been injured, but the black blade had already descended upon him. This was a well-coordinated killing intent, and even a hunter could not block it. Chapter 776. Qian Yan took action and raised his gun to fire a shot. The bullet just happened to hit the black blade's edge, causing it to deviate and save the hunter realm pirate. The black blade disappeared and a moment later, screams rang out as the surrounding pirates were slaughtered. Qian Yan's eyes darted around as he stood in place and quietly scanned his surroundings. The petite hunter continued to attack the hunter realm pirate. Her attacks seemed gentle like blooming flowers, but the hunter realm pirate found it difficult to resist. Lu Yin frowned. The Umbral Butterfly Tribe and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. There was no mistaking it. Wei Rong must have taken action as only he had the ability to unite these two weaves' powers. Suddenly, the black blade tore through the void and swept towards Qian Yan. Qian Yan had not moved and he had allowed the pirates to be slaughtered. Blood flowed out like a river and now it was finally his turn. The black blade swept past but Qian Yan still did not move. However, the blade pierced through his body and killed the one-legged muscleman who had been hiding behind him. The muscleman was very shrewd, and he had instigated the other pirates to attack while he hid himself. However, he still could not escape death. Qian Yan's abnormal behavior surprised the Ghost Shadow Sword sect's experts, and the blade continued to slash out. Slash after slash pierced through the void and headed for outer space. Sheephead Harbor instantly panicked and countless pirates fled. However, it was not that easy for them to escape. The Western Weaves pirates had already surrounded Sheephead Harbor, and there were also experts from the Umbral Butterfly Tribe and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Today they had thought that the Eastern Weaves pirates would band together to demand an explanation, but instead they had been caught like turtles in a jar. If nothing unexpected happened, None of these pirates would be able to leave alive. Pockmarked was excited, but the pirate leaders behind him were even more excited. Although they now had a new master, their authority had greatly increased. Pockmarked licked his lips as he listened to the pirates' screams. Did these idiots really think that they could contend against a certain group of people? A single word from those people could wipe them all out. They did not know how to adapt to circumstances. What's up with those people? Pockmarked saw an eyesore, and the group of 5 quietly watched. They did not try to block the attack, but they did not try to escape either. That shorty in particular, what was with that excited look in his eyes? Was he also from their side? As he thought about it, Pockmarked hooked his finger at the leader, beckoning for him to come over. Lu Yin raised his brows. Was that old man trying to seduce him? Your Highness, he's seducing you. Peach was excited. 7th bro, there's an old man who's trying to seduce you. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin looked at Pockmarked. What's up? Pockmarked was taken aback. This person's expression was completely different from his surroundings. It was as if he had left this space. The contempt in his eyes was especially blatant, as if he was watching a show. Pockmarked was infuriated, and he waved his hand for the pirates behind him to join in the slaughter, focusing their attacks on Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin did not move, but Peach excitedly rushed out. Now that she had resolved the Hall of Taimo's internal conflict, she had begun to let loose a little. Everyone else had been slaughtered, killed, and sunk into despair, but she was laughing happily as she wandered around the battlefield, leaving behind afterimages. This was Flash, and in theory there was no upper limit to its speed. Lu Yin had guessed that this was an inheritance from the Yu bloodline, and with his physical body his speed could tear through the void. This was not the void from the beginning, but rather the current void after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Peach's joyous laughter shocked Pockmarked Z and made him furious. She was looking down on him. In the next moment he attacked. Pockmarked Z was also a hunter, but he had just broken through. He was old and did not want to fight, but Peach was truly detestable, especially with her mouth full of yellow teeth. He was truly disgusting. Peach was not afraid of Pockmarked Z, but Gong Ku was displeased. A mere pirate had actually dared to attack the young master of the Hall of Taimo. Gong Ku thought about it and knocked an arrow. An indescribable force shot into space, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, whether it was Pockmarked Z, Qianyan, or the experts from the Phantom Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe, they all looked at Gong Ku in shock. This power was too terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Gong Ku's power level was only around 130,000, which was far from aiding Yen and the others. However, the power of this archery technique could not be underestimated. This arrow was enough to make a peak hunter vigilant, and aside from Qianyan, no one else could block it. The bowstring trembled and Gong Ku did not do anything. Pockmarked Z's eyes bulged and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his heart. He slowly collapsed to the ground, dead. That arrow had been shot, but almost no one had seen it. This was the battle technique of the Hall of Taimo, an archery technique that had been passed down since ancient times and had been comprehended from those 3 arrows. Gong Ku was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Qianyan carefully retreated a few steps. All of the pirates were frightened. That black blade did not appear again, and the petite hunter from the Umbral Butterfly tribe did not attack again. Instead she slowly retreated, clearly afraid of Gong Ku. If I'm not wrong, that's the Hall of Taimo's archery technique. Qianyan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his golden teeth. His smile was full of flattery. When the 3 words Hall of Taimo were mentioned, all of the pirates retreated. Many of them looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. Hadn't they robbed the Hall of Taimo before? Had they robbed them of their battle technique as well? Were they stupid? No, they were from the Hall of Taimo. The hunter from the Umbral Butterfly tribe did not hesitate to flee. Catch her! Peach shouted. Gong Ku raised his bow and fired another arrow. This time many people saw that Gong Ku had not fired a real arrow, but rather an arrow formed from star energy. The arrow pierced through the void, leaving the hunter with no way to avoid it. She could only take it head-on. Blood blossomed from the hunter's back. Gong Ku's arrow had pierced through her and her body crashed into a pile of white bones. On the other side, Lu Yin flicked his finger and sent a figure flying out from a corner. A black blade flashed as countless attacks rained down on the figure. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the attacks with his thunder shield. He then charged forward and punched out. There was a thump as Aiden's fist collided with the black blade, causing it to crack apart. Aiden's punch tore through the void and sent a figure flying out of the void, crashing into the ground. 2 hunters were instantly heavily injured, but Gong Ku and Aiden had only been able to attack once. The difference between the Umbral Butterfly tribe and the Hall of Tiamo was too great, and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and Aiden were similarly far apart. In the entire Ghost Shadow Sword sect, only the Gemini ghosts were qualified to exchange blows with Aiden. All of the pirates stared blankly as this was a completely one-sided battle. Where did these people come from? Were they really from the Hall of Tiamo? They were so terrifying. Little 8 raised his head with a smug look on his face. A bunch of ants deserved to end up like this in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. Little 8 licked his lips and bent down to massage Lu Yin's shoulders. Lu Yin naturally sat down at the main seat at the long table and waved his hand to disperse the other pirates, leaving behind Qian Yen and a few other hunters. I really want to know what exactly you know. Lu Yin placed his legs on the table and looked at Qian Yen curiously. Qian Yen smiled and his golden teeth dazzled everyone once again. I don't know, not at all. Right, I'm planning to withdraw from the pirate world. If this brother wants my information network, that's easy. I'll give it to you. Lu Yin was amused and he pointed at pockmarked man's corpse. Who's behind him? Qian Yen immediately shook his head. I don't know. Aiden calmly walked behind Qian Yen and looked at him. Qian Yan's lips curled up, and he looked at Lu Yin with a fawning expression. Brother, why do you need fugitives like us to be cannon fodder in a battle between big shots like you? We're just pirates who want to make a living. If you don't want us to stay in the surrounding weaves, then we'll just leave. We definitely won't cause any trouble for you. What? Do you know who I am? Lu Yin asked. Qian Yen sighed. I don't, but I know this brother behind you. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the newly appointed captain of the Great Yu Empire's 4th Imperial Squadron, Aiden. He's one of the few hunters who can fight against an enlighter. You can only have one identity to have him as a follower. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and removed the black cloth from his face, revealing his true appearance. Smart. You know Aiden, so Qian Yan's nickname is not for nothing. You also know who's behind the Ghost Shadow Sword sect? Qian Yen sighed. It should be Armament Weaves Wei Rong. He's been very active in the Central Weaves recently, and he has a close relationship with the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe. There's even a rumor that he's about to marry the Umbral Butterfly tribe's young matriarch Angie. Wei Rong used pirates to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance. That was the right move, but unfortunately his luck wasn't good. Guess what I want to do? Lu Yin grinned at Qian Yen. Qian Yen blinked and smiled fawningly. Actually, I have a dream. Once I've saved up enough money, I'll go home and become a landlord. Sure, armament weave it is. I'll give you a piece of land, Lu Yin said straightforwardly. Qian Yen was speechless and he begged, Alliance Master Lu, you're all top figures in the Outerverse, and a single word from you can influence countless people. Why do you need to care about pirates like us? Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Everyone has their own uses and I don't know how to use them. I just didn't think of it. Now that I've thought of it, I'm just lacking a suitable person to help me. I think you're not bad. Qian Yen replied, I won't get involved in your affairs or else I'll easily die. If you don't agree, then you'll die right now, Lu Yin said casually. Qian Yen laughed. Alliance Master Lu, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I, Qian Yen, want to leave, no one can stop me. At worst, I'll just be a fugitive in the universe, but it's still better than being a sacrificial lamb for you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Try it. If you can escape, then I'll consider you amazing. Qian Yen stared at Lu Yin as if trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin stared back at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Little Mina swallowed his saliva. Looking at the great pirate leader that he once revered bowing to him, he felt a sense of exaltation. Although he was only a small pirate who asked him to follow the right person. After a while, Qian Yen became dejected and begged again. Alliance Master Lu, I'll give you all of my information network, alright? Wei Rong just wants my information network. Lu Yin waved a hand. Everyone leave. Everyone felt that this was strange, but they did not hesitate and left one by one. Lu Yin blocked the sound barrier and looked at Qian Yan. Do you admire the Pirate King a lot? Qian Yan nodded. The Pirate King is the idol of all pirates. It's not just me but many other pirates revere him. We pirates are looked down upon by others, but he forcibly supported the pirates. If not for the Pirate King, then our survival would have been much more difficult. He then glanced at Lu Yin in dissatisfaction. If the inner verse and outer verse weren't separated, then Wei Rong wouldn't have dared to force me like this. Chapter 777. Lu Yin stared at Qian Yan. Do you know who the Pirate King is? Qian Yan's eyes turned cold as he shook his head. I don't know. Then how are you going to contact him? Before Qian Yan could say anything, Lu Yin said, I contacted him through Spectre. Qian Yan's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You know Spectre? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stood up. Spectre, Big Chong, brother unclean, and Big Sis. Third brother Grey Maw cripple. Qian Yan also called out 2 names. They were all from Big Sis mercenary group and they had all fled the Outerverse with him. Now they had all returned to the Cosmic Sea. Qian Yan was shocked. Who are you? How do you know someone from Leon's Armada? Lu Yin smiled. Because I'm from Leon's Armada. Qian Yan's mouth fell open, and he felt as if his entire outlook on life had been toppled. The person in front of him was the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master and the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent. He was someone who walked at the peak of power and could not be any brighter. He had once performed meritorious deeds in Iron Blood Weave, saved the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and even forced an assassin's organization to submit to him. This sort of person should be upright and selfless, someone who would first feel sorrow before joy and someone who was brimming with sunshine. But what was going on here? Was this guy a pirate? Qian Yan hadn't even lost his composure when Wei Rong had cleared out the pirates in the Eastern Weaves, but now that Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, he had lost his composure. Lu Yin wasn't worried that Qian Yan would expose his identity. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, even if they did believe him, there was no way to prove it. Thirdly, he had only said that he was a member of Leon's Armada, not that he was a pirate. Although Leon's Armada was created by Pirate King Heizij Leon, it was not a pirate on the surface. Instead, it was one of the 4 tyrants of Universe Ocean, and even the Hall of Honor recognized it. Even if everyone knew that Heizij Leon was the Pirate King, no one could do anything to him. He was one of the 4 tyrants, the Supreme Master of Universe Ocean. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, then Lu Yin would have been worried about the negative repercussions of his identity being exposed. But now it did not matter. He had always lacked an intelligence system. Borrowing the Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence system was not a long-term solution, and the price he would have to pay was high. Qian Yan's greatest value was his intelligence system. Testing such a person with an indifferent identity was worth it, and if this person was really loyal to the Pirate King, then he would be very loyal to him. Are you really a member of Leon's Armada? Qian Yan asked again. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. Then do you know Big Sister's secret? Qian Yan asked. Lu Yin was shocked. You even know Big Sis's secret? Impossible. She wouldn't tell anyone except us. Qian Yan nodded. I really don't know. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. You can only help me right now. If I'm a member of Leon's Armada, then helping me is the same as helping the Pirate King. If I'm not, then when the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected in the future, you can contact Leon's Armada to get rid of me. Let alone the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if they unite the entire Outerverse and the Pirate King takes action, I still won't be able to stop him. You should be clear about this, Lu Yin said. Qian Yan thought about it and realized that Lu Yin was right. Most importantly, he had no other way out. What do you want me to do? Fight against Wei Rong, but don't expose your connection to me. Kill everyone who saw us attack tonight. Leave no one alive, including that Hunter Realm pirate, Lu Yin said coldly. He was not a soft-hearted person, and these people were pirates, so they were not good people either. Qian Yan did not hesitate. Getting rid of them is easy, but what can I use to fight against Wei Rong? It's impossible for pirates to fight against a weave's power. You can only resort to guerrilla warfare. Just don't let the Western Weave's pirates easily infiltrate. When the time is right, I'll give you the power to counterattack. I'll also inform the commander of the Allied forces to help you as much as possible without exposing ourselves. However, I hope that you don't need the Allied forces' help as there's a risk of being exposed, Lu Yin said. Qianyan was helpless. How could today's matter be resolved without your help? Wei Rong will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Lu Yin looked at Qianyan in amusement. I don't believe that Uncle Reuben can't even deal with a hunter from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect or the Umbral Butterfly tribe. I believe in you. You can handle this well. Lu Yin then prepared to leave, but before he left behind 5 ultra flashes. These things are very useful and they can save your life if you use them well. In the future, your intelligence network will be directly connected to King Zishan's palace, and I'll have the 2nd Imperial Squadron communicate with you. He then left. Where's my reward? Qianyan shouted. I'll leave you a piece of land in Armament Weave. Lu Yin waved a hand and then left Sheephead Harbor with Aiden and the others. Whether or not Qianyan could use him would depend on whether or not he was willing to hand over his intelligence network. However, even if he did, Lu Yin would not completely trust him. Trust required time, and Lu Yin had yet to fully trust the bespectacled Miss Child. Lu Yin left Little 8 with Qianyan as the fellow was too much of a hooligan. Leaving him in the pirate group would be a good idea, as he could also help Lu Yin monitor these pirates. As for whether or not Little 8 was willing to stay, that was not Lu Yin's concern. Right now he was heading to Bushtree Planet. Bushtree Planet was in the Wuri Weave, which was close to the Dark Mist Weave and not too far from Sheephead Harbor. The natural treasures that Lu Yin had obtained from Bushtree Planet had all been given to the old smoker, and he urgently needed to upgrade another batch. There were many natural treasures on Bushtree Planet, and Lu Yin had spent nearly 10,000 star essence to upgrade 100 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger. This was enough to hire the old smoker dozens of times, and Lu Yin naturally had his own uses as well. Bushtree Planet was like a treasure trove to him, and he repeatedly emphasized that it should be protected well before returning to the Great Yu Empire with Peach and the others. During this trip to the Temple of Taimo, Lu Yin had witnessed the greatest power in the Outerverse, and this power even surpassed Elder Lohar's. There were also 2 other powers that were on par with the Temple of Taimo, the Dark Phoenix tribe and Wan Chenqing. The Outerverse was not as simple as it seemed. Wei Rong had infiltrated the Great Eastern Alliance with the pirates, which made Lu Yin feel a sense of urgency. Wei Rong had made a move now which showed that he had great foresight. Lu Yin also needed to take action. Relying on the pirates alone was not enough, and Wei Rong had set his sights on them. Lu Yin needed to think of something else. Less than 2 days after returning to King Zishan's palace, Bei Qing requested an audience. Lu Yin had only treated Bei Qing as a hostage and forced him to fully support Ming Yan. He did not make any special arrangements for Bei Qing and he was just like Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua and the others. This time, Bei Qing requested an audience in hopes that Lu Yin would allow him to join one of the other squadrons of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. The first squadron was completely made up of Lu Yin's personal guards, and they did not need to do anything. Yu Xianzi and the others were so bored that they had gone to Train Yu Academy. Lu Yin had not spoken much with Bei Qing when Gavin requested an audience with a depressed expression. Your Highness, the items that you handed over previously were not easy to sell, Gavin said bitterly. Lu Yin was puzzled. What items? The items that were taken from your palace's storehouse, Gavin replied. Lu Yin recalled that Zhao Ran had not been easy to organize, and he had been short on money. Thus he had given Gavin some of the items that he did not need and had asked him to think of ways to sell them for money or natural treasures. Even now he had not been able to sell them. No one wants to buy them? Lu Yin frowned. Gavin smiled bitterly. The robbery at the Mavis Bank has spread to other banks, including the ones established by the Great Yu Empire. Many people only want to save their resources and no one dares to spend them recklessly. Your items are mostly antiques and paintings and they would naturally sell well in peacetime. But now no one wants to buy them. Is it because no one wants to buy them or is it because you don't know how to sell them? Lu Yin asked unhappily. Gavin smiled awkwardly. It was not that he did not know how to sell them, but rather that he did not have the face to do so. The items that Lu Yin had given him had been sold in the blink of an eye, and the only people who had the money to buy them were the same people. If someone else bought back the items that they had given away, that would be too embarrassing. It would be the same as telling everyone that King Zishan was short on money, and he was too embarrassed to sell them. As for Shamrock Enterprises, they really did not sell natural treasures. To Lu Yin, those items were a pity to throw them away, and they were useless to him. There was no way for him to sell them for money, and he could not even make good use of them. "Your Highness, I have a way to help you sell them," Bei Qing suddenly spoke up with an excited expression. Lu Yin and Gavin both looked at him, and Gavin was puzzled. Wasn't this person a hostage from the Shenwu continent? "What is it?" Lu Yin asked. Bei Qing explained, "Set up an auction house and sell them with high-quality goods alongside substandard ones. Your Highness should have some natural treasures that can help you avoid danger, and you can take out a few of them. You cannot sell them individually but rather in combination. For example, a natural treasure can be paired with a painting or calligraphy piece. No one will complain about having too many natural treasures, and those who want to buy them can line up all the way to other weaves. Buying a few paintings or calligraphy pieces for the sake of natural treasures is nothing, and it won't cost much anyway." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that he would often be able to obtain things that he did not need, such as the things he had obtained in the Hall of Insight or old Guda's relics. There were many things that were useless to him here, and this method could help him get rid of them. "Nonsense, Your Highness is the royal regent. How can you set up an auction house?" Gavin reprimanded. Lu Yin raised a hand and looked at Bei Qing with a smile. "I'll set up an auction house in your name, and I'll leave this matter to you. In the future you'll be responsible for dealing with things that I don't need." Bei Qing was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." He had nothing better to do, and having something to do would help him kill time as well as provide him with a path to advancement. He had heard many legends about the royal regent, and he knew that the man loved money. As long as he managed the auction house well and earned money for the royal regent, he would definitely have a bright future. Lu Yin had Gavin hand over the inventory to Bei Qing so that Gavin could fully support Bei Qing in setting up an auction house. At the same time, Lu Yin made a list of his own treasures, and it would not be a problem to sell them off along with the inventory. The main thing was that the first item to be auctioned had to be the absolute best in order for it to be a hit. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yin listed 10 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. Ever since the old smoker had assassinated many of Aegis' top assassins and forced them to admit defeat, his conditions for employment had spread. Natural treasures could be used for more than just cultivation or healing. The old smoker was the #1 assassin in the Outerverse, and anyone who hired him would be able to dictate the fate of others. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." Chapter 778. Countless wealthy tycoons trembled in fear, but at the same time, they were eager to hire the old smoker. As a result, the price of natural treasures that could avoid danger continued to rise. Originally, heaven and earth treasures of that level were already quite expensive. Depending on their different functions, they could be sold at outrageous prices. At this moment, the price was even more outrageous. In addition, pharmaceutical giants like Shamrock Enterprises had always been collecting heaven and earth treasures, so no matter how high the price was, heaven and earth treasures were still in demand but not in the market. Countless people were eager to get even one. Even if they couldn't hire the old smoker, they could at least save their lives at a critical moment. If worse came to worst, they could just keep the treasure and sell it to Shamrock Enterprises. Many people were speculating about natural treasures in the outside world. At this time, the auction house was selling 10 natural treasures that could avoid danger at once, which was enough to shock the various weaves. With Lu Yin's strength, he wasn't afraid of being targeted. In fact, he was eager for people to cause trouble for him. However, just listing natural treasures was too monotonous. After thinking about it, Lu Yin listed the Ink Jade Lake's spring water, which was a lock-breaking tool that was stored in the Hall of Insight. He only had 25 drops, and selling 5 drops would be enough to attract many lock-breakers, as lock-breakers were all wealthy people. He then listed a bottle of Elder Wu's poison, which was enough to threaten an enlighter. He wanted to use this bottle of poison to tell the various weaves in the outerverse that this auction house would sell and accept anything. It didn't matter if it was something honorable or something shady. He wanted to turn this auction house into a money-making vault. When Lu Yin passed the list to Beiqing, he was stunned. "Your Highness, are there really 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger?" Gavin was shocked. "So many?" Lu Yin nodded. "Publicize them according to the list." Beiqing asked, "Can this poison be sold? Can it really threaten an enlighter?" "The auction house's name will be the Great Continent Auction House, and these items will be enough to make it famous. I'll have Xiaoya and the others cooperate with you in publicizing the items and selling them as soon as possible. Only when you're famous enough will others send their items to you for auction. Keep an eye on all the items being auctioned and we can buy whatever we need," Lu Yin said. Gavin hesitated. "Your Highness, can't things like poisons be sold in secret? That would damage the Empire's image." Lu Yin casually replied, "Just change the name. It's easy to change it to a life-saving item." Gwen stopped talking. Beiqing left in high spirits. The establishment of the auction house was very simple. With Lu Yin's support, Beiqing directly set up the auction house in the most bustling area of Xinyu Star. However, it had only been 2 days and the main purpose of the auction house was to promote the event. Beiqing had already met with Sister Ye. With Lu Yin's support, Sister Ye had already become one of the top reporters in the Empire, and she was powerful enough to influence the Great Eastern Alliance's media. Thus, it would not be difficult for her to spread Beiqing's auction list. As expected, the entire Great Eastern Alliance was shaken when the auction list was sent out. Soon after, the news spread out at an extremely fast speed. Soon even the neighboring territories and the Central Territories knew about it. The influence of heaven and earth treasures was too great. Lu Yin did not even expect them to have such a great influence. In addition, Sister Ye had people secretly hyping them up. It was foreseeable that the price of these heaven and earth treasures would definitely double. The name of the Continental Auction House quickly spread throughout the various major territories, and it was still spreading even further. The first auction would be held a month from now, as Beiqing needed enough time to gather all the wealthy people on Xinyu Star. Actually, an online auction was not a bad idea, but establishing an auction house was not as simple as just making money. He needed the auction house to attract more people. The Continental Auction House's communications system exploded with calls, as countless people tried to contact them to purchase the items they needed in advance. However, they were all rejected by Beiqing. Right now, it was a seller's market and there was no need to be afraid that people would not buy what they wanted. If they wanted to buy something, they could only come to Xinyu Star. Beiqing's attitude made many people grit their teeth, but they did not dare to do anything. This was Xinyu Star, and even Aegis had given in to Lu Yin. Even an enlighter would not dare to make a move, let alone these people. On planet Hydratink, Phelan looked at the auction list with an ugly expression. Only the Hall of Insight had a stockpile of Lake Elysium's spring water, so this Continental Auction House definitely belonged to Lu Yin. He was the one who had stolen some of the Hall of Insight stockpile. To a lockbreaker, the importance of a lock-breaking tool was self-evident. Even Phelan hoped to obtain Lake Elysium's spring water, let alone the other lockbreakers. There was the sound of hurried footsteps as Master Kai walked over. "President, the Lake Elysium's spring water must belong to our lockbreaker society." Phelan replied, "I know. Let's wait for the auction to begin. In terms of resources, although the Hall of Insight has been stolen, that's only a portion of it. There are still some resources left." Master Kai's expression turned ugly. "I've already contacted the Continental Auction House, but the owner, Beiqing, actually refused to sell it. He's not giving us any face at all." Humph. Phelan was helpless. "The owner behind that auction house is Lu Yin." Master Kai was shocked. "Lu Yin? How could it be him? No wonder he's so arrogant. He even has 10 natural treasures." Not only did they want Lake Elysium's spring water, but they also wanted natural treasures as well as life-saving medicines that could threaten enlighters. In Armament Weave, Yi Feng looked at the auction list and immediately contacted Wei Rong. He wanted to purchase some resources, but Wei Rong refused. They also had Lake Elysium's spring water, and Lu Yin had only obtained a small portion of it, so there was no need to compete. As for natural treasures, Wei Rong was not confident that he could compete with Shamrock Enterprises, so it would be a waste to go there. In the land of darkness, a cold voice muttered to itself, "There are actually 10 natural treasures. Fortunately, we didn't fight to the death with Lu Yin back then." Otherwise, that old smoker would have become our nightmare. No matter what, we have to get these natural treasures as well as that bottle of life-saving medicine. It can actually threaten and enlighten, so this Lu Yin definitely has someone supporting him. Who is it? Could it be the Hall of Honor? In outer space, aboard a giant spacecraft, Dino was calculating his expenses. He was lucky to be in charge of Frostwave Weave on behalf of Endless Borders, which was the heart of the Great Eastern Alliance. He needed to improve his business and suppress others, or else he might be replaced. At this moment his gadget buzzed. Dino looked over and his expression changed. "Captain Yankee, what is it? Have you looked at the Continental Auction House's list?" a low voice asked. Dino hurriedly replied, "Yes, I've looked at it. At least buy me 3 natural treasures and a drop of Lake Elysium's spring water. Also, do your best to buy that bottle of life-saving medicine." Beads of sweat dripped down Dino's forehead. "Captain Yankee, I don't have that much money right now. I'll ask the headquarters to transfer it to you, Mr. Dino. You should be aware of the hardships and dangers that our development team faces. These things are all life-saving treasures that are extremely important to us." Dino hurriedly replied, I know. Rest assured, Captain Yankee. I'll do my best." After the call ended, Dino's expression turned bitter. He was well aware of how big of an impact this auction would have, and countless eyes would be watching. Although Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations, there were still behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank and Aurora Spacecraft Corporation above them. How could they compete? With so little money, it was going to be troublesome. He contacted the Continental Auction House and tried to purchase them in advance, but he was mercilessly rejected. He was not angry though, as this Continental Auction House was obviously Lu Yin's property. If there was really no other way, then he would look for Lu Yin. On Shamrock Enterprises' green planet, Xin Fu was leisurely rocking back and forth in his recliner when his secretary Xiao Qin walked over and handed him a list. Xin Fu was shocked when he saw the list. 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger? What's the origin of this Continental Auction House? According to our investigations, the owner, Bei Qing, is from the Xinwu continent and is a member of the Great Yu Empire's first squadron, Xiao Qin coldly replied. Xin Fu replied, "Isn't the first squadron Lu Yin's private army? Looks like Lu Yin has found a good place with quite a few natural treasures that have been growing for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps it's the ruins of some ancient sect. Do your best to find out more. As for this auction, Shamrock Enterprises will definitely participate. This is a matter of face, so you can represent me and buy them all." Xiao Qin frowned. The Continental Auction House has done a good job of advertising this time. All the weaves know about it and the prices might be inflated. Xin Fu laughed. "Shamrock Enterprises isn't afraid of money. Go." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Countless people stared at the list of items, calculating how much they would need to buy them all. Lu Yin didn't care too much about it. Based on the changes in the market, the prices of these items would definitely be inflated, but they wouldn't be too outrageous. Every item had a price limit, and those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all smart people. If the prices were too outrageous, they would definitely stop and try to buy them from him. The prices on the auction house were just a reference for future transactions. However, Lu Yin wouldn't release too many natural treasures, as that would cause the market to go haywire. He believed that Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank and the other major powers definitely had plenty of natural treasures that could avoid danger, but they would never reveal them. This was their foundation. He had no choice, he was short on money. Many people had contacted him during this time, and even the old smoker had taken the initiative to contact him once to ask if he wanted to upgrade his membership. Lu Yin was left speechless, but he really did upgrade his membership and gave the old smoker 10 more natural treasures. He didn't lack them anyway. But why did the old smoker need so many natural treasures? Lu Yin was very curious. Time passed quickly and there was still half a month before the auction. The auction house was completely sealed off, and the Imperial Court's first squad of guards aroused the curiosity of many. During this time, Xianxia was bustling with activity. All sorts of rich people from other weaves had arrived, and the busiest streets of Xianxia were packed to the brim. The Mavis Bank and other major banks were urgently transporting money to Xianxia to prevent too many people from withdrawing their money. The Amethyst Company's reconstruction was accelerated, and it was almost complete. The silhouettes of rich people were everywhere. Many people visited King Zishan's palace, but they were all turned away by K's. It had to be said that the dire barbarian clan's ferocious appearance was very useful, and many people were intimidated by K's status as a member of the dire barbarian clan. Thank you for your support. The fourth update will be posted at 2 p.m. Please donate and support. Chapter 779. The Dire Barbarian clan was one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse Spirit Seal Flow Zone. They were tyrannical and unreasonable, but they had actually been used as gatekeepers. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, there would definitely be a good show to watch. In many people's eyes, Lu Yin was the happiest when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. He had become one of the most untouchable people in the Outerverse, but once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would be the first to bear the brunt, and the Innerverse's great powers would easily crush him. They did not know that the Innerverse was on the verge of collapse. Lu Yin was often worried that the Sixth Mainland's progenitors would act and wipe out the Innerverse's great powers. 4 months had passed since he had left the Daoist sect's ruins, and he planned to return after this auction. He hoped that he would not be as unlucky as he had been the last time. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin received Bei Qing. After a short chat, Bei Qing walked out with a depressed expression. Lu Yin's head hurt. Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders and many other famous powers were all looking for him to purchase natural treasures. Even Aegis had approached him as well as Madame Naylan. 10 natural treasures were definitely not enough to go around, and these people were certain that he still had some in stock. It was not easy for him to refuse as he had gained 100 natural treasures during his trip to Bushtree Planet, and he could not just give them all away. After thinking about it, he sorted out his cosmic ring. Most of the items were normal, but there were also some that were not. For example, the stinky fruit-like item that he had obtained during his previous lock-breaking session. If it could become a source box, it meant that it was not trash and it was even a perceptive intermediate source box. However, Lu Yin did not know what it was used for. It couldn't be eaten, right? He had asked many people, but no one knew what it was used for. He wanted to throw it away, but he could not bear to do so since it was something he had obtained during his lock-breaking session. Helpless, he put it away and then took out a transparent crystal bottle. His expression turned serious, as this bottle contained Death 91's life poison, which he had obtained from the Neo-Human Alliance. This thing had killed Ming Zhaoshu and nearly killed Ming Yan as well. Every time he looked at this bottle, Lu Yin would feel a chill run down his spine. The Neo-Human Alliance's darkness made him shiver. Metal pieces, jade, progenitor Wushang's hide, scarlet eyes and Yaogu's bank card, true insight and so on. There were too many good things in his cosmic ring. At that moment, Lu Yin took out a small blood-red bell the size of a thumb. It Lu Yin's bells Lu Yin's and he had felt it once against. The bell ring shooks trembles. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who heard it. The entire Xenu Star and even the entire Frostwave Weave could hear it. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines and their scalps went numb. It was as if they could see the shadow of the heavens raising its hand and pressing down on them, and a bone-deep fear arose. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all immersed in the heavenly might. Aiden Yen, Phantom Sting and everyone else in Frostwave Weave felt the same way. Even Lord Egret, who had just entered Frostwave Weave, felt a chill run down his spine. He was so terrified that he didn't even look back. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment but soon regained his senses. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What was going on? Where did that unparalleled pressure come from? Could it be? He looked at the blood-red bell in his hand. That was the sound of a bell. He stared at the blood-red bell in shock and his face paled. This bell's sound had actually made him feel as if he was facing the heaven's might. Could it be that someone had left behind some power? At that moment he did not know that the bell's sound had not only made him feel that way, but that everyone in Frostwave Weave had also experienced the heaven's might. Lu Yin slowly put down the bell. Monkey, have you seen this before? He asked. Seventh bro, this thing isn't good. That feeling is too scary. I've only experienced this feeling when I faced Imperial Tutor Skymender. It's a little scary, the monkey said dryly. Where did it come from? Why do you always have such strange things? Even your futon. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Suddenly his gadget beeped, giving him a fright. It was Elder Lohar. He tapped on his screen and Elder Lohar's image appeared on it. Elder Lohar seemed to be in a good mood and he was all smiles. Just as he was about to speak to Lu Yin, his gaze suddenly froze as he stared at the blood-red bell on the table behind Lu Yin. His pupils violently contracted and he was filled with disbelief. His mouth was slightly agape as if the sky had collapsed. His eyes were filled with fear, respect, admiration and all sorts of other complex emotions. At this moment, Lu Yin saw countless emotions in Elder Lohar's eyes, and all of them happened in an instant. Elder Lohar's face paled and he pointed at Lu Yin. How did you get that? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked back. Without hesitation he said, someone gave it to me. Who? That lord. No, who gave it to you? Elder Lohar asked anxiously. At that moment, Kaze reported that Aiden had requested an audience. Lu Yin ignored him and looked at Elder Lohar strangely. Elder, you know about this? How did you get it? Elder Lohar's eyes went wide. Lu Yin thought about it and recalled the scene that he had seen when the bell had rung. I don't know either. There was one time when the heavens were mighty and it felt like the sky had collapsed. A voice told me that it had been gifted to me and when I woke up I had it in my arms. Elder Lohar's pupils shrank and dilated, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief as if he were looking at a god. When he saw Elder Lohar's expression, Lu Yin knew that what he had said might have caused the man to question life itself. This bell definitely had an origin, and this origin was something that even Elder Lohar could not accept. Lu Yin waited quietly, occasionally glancing at Elder Lohar's eyes as he tried to figure out something. At that moment Kaze came to report again. Your Highness, Captain Aiden urgently requests an audience. Lu Yin waved a hand to dismiss him as he had more urgent matters to attend to. Elder Lohar sighed. No, Alliance Master Lu, I came to tell you that there are no movements in the technocracy for the time being, so there's no need to worry. Lu Yin nodded and grunted, but he continued to stare at Elder Lohar. The way he addressed Lu Yin had changed. This old man was suddenly very respectful towards Lu Yin. It seemed that Lu Yin had guessed correctly, as this blood-colored bell was related to some important person. Dice 1 Point had stolen something incredible. I still have matters to attend to, so that's all for now. Right, if you need any help just contact me, Elder Lohar said. He then looked at the blood-colored bell in awe once again, but his gaze was strange and filled with doubt. Lu Yin suddenly said, Elder, Xenu Star was attacked and I'm sure that you know about it. I was just thinking that it would be better if Xenu Star had an enlighter to oversee it. Elder Lohar did not hesitate. All right, I'll send an enlighter to oversee it for you. Lu Yin was shocked as the old man had agreed so readily. He had only been testing the waters. Elder, do you know the origins of this bell? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. That voice didn't tell you? Lu Yin shook his head. Elder Lohar laughed. That's right. If you knew then you wouldn't have. He then changed his tone and said, all right, I still have matters to attend to. That's all for now. The enlighter will arrive at Xenu Star as soon as possible. Lu Yin looked at the blood-colored bell and fell into deep thought. What exactly was that thing? How could it scare an expert from the Hall of Honor whose power level was over 300,000? At this moment, Aiden barged in with Kaze behind him. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I couldn't stop him. Kaze shouted in panic. Lu Yin waved for Kaze to leave and then looked at Aiden curiously. His impression of Aiden was that he was calm and never panicked. Even when facing an Enlighter Realm astral beast in Iron Blood Weave, Aiden had never lost his composure. What's the matter? Lu Yin asked. Aiden's face was solemn, and there was even a trace of incomprehensible panic in the depths of his eyes. There's trouble, Glory. Just as he spoke, Aiden's gaze was attracted to the blood-colored bell, and his reaction was the same as Elder Lohar's. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than Elder Lohar's. He pointed at the bell in disbelief. But why is that thing here? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You recognize it? Aiden stared at the blood-colored bell and walked over step by step. He stopped when he was less than 2 meters away from the bell and gulped. This feeling. There's no mistake. This is it. He then looked at Lu Yin and widened his eyes. Your Highness, did you shake it just now? Lu Yin's heart trembled. No way. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who had experienced that feeling? How do you know? Aiden smiled bitterly. I'm here because of this. It's not just me, the entire Great Yu Empire, no, the entire Frostwave Weave and even the other weaves could feel it. It's that heavenly might. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Aiden asked solemnly. How did your Highness obtain it? Lu Yin repeated what he had told Elder Lohar, and Aiden stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How is that possible? How could that person give you that bell? He wouldn't even give it to his own son. That shouldn't be possible, Aiden muttered to himself and then looked at Lu Yin with a probing gaze. Your Highness, tell me the truth. Were you really born in the Outerverse? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Tell me, what exactly is it? Aiden glanced at the blood-colored bell again and said, Hall of Honor, Interstellar Arbitration, Chief Inquisitor's Warrant. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his brain heated up. He instantly understood why Elder Lohar and Aiden had reacted the same way. No wonder the heavenly might had shaken the entire weave. The Hall of Honor was the overlord of the entire human domain, and it had the power to rule over everything. Below it were the Interstellar Arbitration, the Lockbreaker Society, the 10 Arbiters Council, and so on. Any organization that had the power to decide certain matters in the universe was under the Hall of Honor. The most terrifying organization was the Interstellar Arbitration, as it was the enforcer of the Hall of Honor. It was the Hall of Honor's sword, and it had the power to rule over everything. No matter who it was, as long as they were judged by the Interstellar Arbitration, there would be no escape. The Hall of Honor was the most terrifying law enforcement force in the entire universe. Even the Innerverse Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, Cosmic Sea's 4 Tyrants, Starfall Sea's Sea King's Dome, and Greyweed Continent did not dare to provoke the Hall of Honor. Chapter 5. Thank you all for your support. Please give me a tip. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.